Hey guys, it's Jacolia of Jacolia Gems. Thank you for once again coming back to view my channel. If you are new here, welcome. If you are returning, hey family. So this is another impromptu live, and I do apologize for being late. I'm gonna just go ahead because I do know that it's the Sabbath, and some people are at home doing their own Sabbath customs. Some people are congregating with family and with friends and worshiping. Some people are on YouTube looking for some type of Sabbath lesson. So give me a minute, you guys. I'm going to share the live. I'm not really expecting too much, but I did want to make sure that I came in to follow up with a part 2 on this Aquaman, the world before the world, what the ancients began to teach about what we began to call Atlantis. I'm going to go into the Marine Kingdom, some symbolism. I'm going to go into some historical aspects about how Europea and Grecian and Roman culture was literally birthed out of African culture. So give me 1 minute so I can share the live. This is a topic that has been talked about a lot and something that we actually need to talk about even more, not realizing that we as Black people have been aware, or Hebraic people have been aware of the Marine Kingdom our entire lives. We just don't really realize how deeply ingrained it is in our culture, because that is something that has been farly removed away from us. So with that being said, I'm going to go ahead, you guys, and just give a quick refresher on what it is that I taught about the first time with the Marine Kingdom. I started off by going into this scene from Aquaman. So this time I want to just make sure that it's well known that whatever videos and information is that I use is for educational purposes only. These are theories and synopsises that people throughout history have begun to put together. And so I just want to make sure that I'm able to bring this information into a way that's understandable for not only the Israelite community, who are more knowledgeable about this, and for my Christian following that seeking further knowledge, and then for those of you who have crept up on my page. So with that being said, we're going to start off with this scene from Aquaman. And it's very important to just listen and pay attention to what they are saying about this scene. And I'm going to fast forward in it.
One of the tribes of Atlantis broke off and settled.
So as you guys can see, and just to repeat, in case you did not hear, this scene took place in the Saharan desert. And Aquaman began to say, of course, this doesn't work. And this is where um, Poseidon's Triton was forged in Atlantis. And they began to say, of course, that this concoction, and you saw that it was a clock, it looked like a clock, but it's also going to look identical to something else that I'm going to show you, that it did not work because it was a desert. They began to say that it worked perfectly fine before the Saharan was a desert. So let's look into what the ancients say about the Saharan desert and Atlantis, because this is something that's very important. First, before I read into what they say, I'm going to show another thing, Aquaman, that I showed in the last video, so that you guys can see how the Saharan desert was described to look, or Atlantis before it became a desert. These movies should be used for entertainment, but also for educational purposes. Because what we call Greek mythology is literally somebody else's oral history.
You soft-bellied slut!
Okay, so in this part of Aquaman, this would represent what it is that we see talking about the different kingdoms, specifically the marine kingdoms, and what's going on under the sea when we begin to look into the book of Revelation. And whatever scriptures that I do not read on the screen, I'm going to definitely drop down in the link. And so there's another scene, Kingdom of Atlantis. This is the most important scene.
I'm from the surface. No one's gonna take me seriously. Okay, all right.
Aquaman started off by saying that he's from the surface and no one's going to take him seriously. I'm going to go on mute.
I got one of those.
Not like this one, you don't. This is the lost trident of Atlantis.
Oh, I know the story.
It's more than a story. It's real. It was forged by the greatest weapon masters in history. Crafted from Poseidon's steel for King Atlan, the first ruler of Atlantis. Legend says the trident was imbued with the power to command the sea.
So what happened to it?
To know that is to go back to the time before the Great Fall, when King Atlan ruled over all that was, when the kingdoms of Atlantis were one. It was a time of great prosperity and technological advancement. We had unlocked the secret of unlimited energy at a time when the rest of the world still thought the Earth was flat. We became ambitious, too hungry for power. The ocean swallowed us, and Atlantis sank. But the very power that collapsed our civilization also paved the way to our future. It gave us the ability to breathe underwater. And so we evolved. Others regressed, became savage. And the king lived out the remainder of his days in self-imposed exile. Neither he nor the trident were ever seen again.
Okay, so that scene was very important, and it was a lot that went into that scene. But the reason that scene was very important is because that was representation of what Atlantis looked like before it became a desert, according to that first scene that I played. And if that one did not play on the screen, I'll link it down below. And so what the ancients began to teach, what we guys know that right now this is considered Greek mythology and Roman mythology, but we're going to go in to see where they got these stories from. And so as they begin to teach right here, it is believed by some ancients that Atlantis existed. And at this time, the world was connected. This would be what we like to call Pangea. And with Pangea and with the earth being connected, the civilizations was very high in knowledge. We are very arrogant as a people when we begin to say that we know more than our forefathers. What we have to realize is that knowledge decreased and now it's back to increasing. And as we begin to go further along in this in-depth video, we will begin to see how we can begin to notice when the Elohims, when these deities are having some type of influence on mankind, and in what way and how does it begin to show up, whether it's wars, whether it's famine, whether it's riches, whether it's fame, whether it's poverty, whether it's sickness, whether it's technology increasing. These are always ways that we can begin to show exactly what is going on spiritually around the world. So now what I'm going to do is go into what Plato began to say about Atlantis. So remember, you guys, that they said that Atlantis was taking place in West Africa in the Saharan desert. That's what this video said. That's what man said. That Atlantis was in West Africa, and then they had this technology that looked like a clock. Y'all saw it, looked like a big old clock. They began to place an obelisk structure down on the inside of it. And when the world was full of water, this structure began to work. But they said that they got too puffed up and too proud in their knowledge. And so the world got flooded. And then the knowledge went away. And they went on this discovery in this desert place to tap into this knowledge. And I don't know if you guys noticed when she began to tell Aquaman it needs water. And she begins to place her hand in front of his forehead and pour water out of him. It's practicing alchemy, hermeticism, this ancient science that originates from Babylon. So let's see what Plato has to say about Atlantis. I'm going to read some, and then it's a video on it as well. I hope you guys are really enjoying your Sabbath. So this is an encyclopedia source from VAMAC. This is the museum in the UK. It's the Museum of Savage Beauty. That's funny. The name of that is interesting. Encyclopedia of Collection, Plato Atlantis. McQueen's Finals Runaway presentation was widely acclaimed at its finest. Plato's Atlantis, a reference to the legendary island described by the Greek philosopher, which sank into the sea, prophesied a future world in which ice capsules would melt. What part of the world is full of ice capsules? Let's continue. And seas would rise. What do they say about the current sea level? And humanity would need to evolve in order to survive. What is being pushed right now? Human evolution. And we're going to see exactly how. And now it's a few more articles because it's something in particular that I really want to bring out about Plato and Atlantis. And so with Atlantis, it is the islands of Atlas, and we're going to talk about Atlas a little more. I went into Atlas some before, but we're going to see how the worship of Atlas not only came out of Tyre, Zidon, and the Mediterranean, but how Atlas is still worshipped amongst Afro-Asiatic people today. Atlas is considered to be a titan. So Atlas would be an offspring of the gods, a Gabor, a Nephilim, one of the giants. And he plays the roles in the myth of two of the greatest heroes, Hercules and Perseus. I talked about this before. And Atlas had the job of upholding the world. Now, I know some of y'all still go to church and some of you still listen to gospel music and things of that nature. How many songs talk about you uphold the world with your hands? Are we singing that which it is? Let's just continue. And so in Athens, the Atlanteans, which we are going to talk about, the nation of the known world. We're going to see what the Bible begins to talk about, the known world or the habitable world. The story concludes with Atlas falling out of favor with the other deities, falling out of favor with the other deities, submerging into the Atlantic Ocean. This is the history that we see being displayed. And of course, they call it pseudoscience. But we're going to go into the History Channel and some other things to see what some archaeologists and some skydivers and things of that nature begins to say. As a consequence, Atlantis has become a byword for any and all supposed advanced prehistoric lost civilizations and continues to inspire contemporary fiction from comic books to films. And so here it goes. This led a number of scholars to investigate the possible inspirations of Atlantis from Egyptian records, the Thera eruption. And this was the Minoan eruption, and I'm going to show you guys some more pictures, the Minoan civilization, which I have before, so that you guys can see what the ancient Minoans look like, and the Sea Peoples invasion. And the fact, the Sea Peoples are a hypothesized seafaring confederate that attacked ancient Egypt and other regions in East Mediterranean. You guys, these are ancient Phoenicians. They came out of Canaan, the son of Ham. These are your seafarers, your purple people. And the Trojan War had a lot to do with this. We need to learn our Bibles in a very, very, very deep way. Plato's dialogues. Okay. So this is very important to remember. Plato's introduced Atlantis and Timaeus, written in 360 BC. Hold on to that number, okay? 360 BC. This was a translation of Egyptian records of Atlantis. For it is related in our records how once upon a time your state stayed the course of mighty hosts, which starting from a distant point in the Atlantic Ocean was insolently advancing to attack the whole of Europe and Asia to boot. For the ocean there was at the time navigable. For in front of the mouth, which you call, and which you Greeks call, as you say, the pillars of Hercules. See, this is what the Greeks call it. When we look into biblical aspects, and I'm gonna have to show you guys all of this. When we talk about pillars in our temple, they had names. There lay an island which was larger than Libya and Asia. Who did the Libyans come out of? We're about to get into all of this, and it's going to be so exciting to see it unfold. And Asia, even, who was the original Afro-Asiatic, and was possible for travelers of the time to cross from it to the other islands. What does the word Hebrew mean? One who crosses over from one side of another. We know that the Hebrews crossed over from the Euphrates River down into Canaan, down into Egypt, into a land flowing with milk and honey. And this can be backed up by history, because it is a known fact that during that time, when these Hebrew people began to migrate out of Sumeria, out of Mesopotamia, they were experiencing famine at this time. And this is when Abram came from Ur of Chaldean, because Yod-Heh-Wav called him out. And Egypt was always known to be a land of great sustenance. Now, just to give you just a little gem on the way, because that's what I like to do. When you begin to see people immigrate into the South and into places like Alabama and Mississippi, so on and so forth, these were lands that were looked at to be flowing with milk and honey, lands of sustenance. Our people always knew where to immigrate in times of famine. Let's continue. And so then it begins to talk about for all that we have lying within the mouth of which we speak, is evidently a haven having a narrow entrance, but the water is a real ocean. The land surrounding it may be most rightly be called, in the fullest and truest sense, a continent. So Atlantis was a continent. Now, in this islands of Atlantis, there existed a confederation of kings of great and marvelous power, which held sway over the islands and over many other islands also and part of the continent. See, we have to stop believing that things are so far-fetched. What happened a couple of years ago to Barbuda? It was an island. And one of my associates who actually immigrated from Barbuda, not Bermuda, you know, that triangle. Do you guys know what the triangle begins to mean? Okay, let's focus. I have an associate whose family immigrated from Barbuda into Louisiana, and Barbuda was about 98% Hebrew. And what happened to Barbuda a few years ago? It got wiped out by a flood. So that people's oral history, when they pass it down will be of a great apocalypse when they tell their children, we had to flee our homes because in 2000 and whatever, there became a great storm and it took our entire civilization out and it wiped us out and pushed us underground. Those will be those people for oral history. The four people appearing in two dialogues in a petition of Creatus and Hermocrates, as well as the philosophers Socrates and Timaeus of Locria. Although only Socrates speaks of Atlantis in his works, Plato makes extensive use of Socrates' method. We have to know that y'all favorite apostle Paul, because he was an apostle to the Gentiles. And we do know that at a point, I mean, even now we see that Black people, Afro-Asiatic people, Israelite people refer to themselves as Gentiles. And we know that the Most High promised us that if we disobedient, that he would make us Gentiles among the nations, that he will make us jealous and raise up a nation who knew him not, who was not a nation. But we are not bloodline Gentiles. That's something that has been propagated by the Roman Catholic Church during the Middle Ages when our images were whitewashed. It is very important for us to begin to realize that the Apostle Paul wrote to these Greeks and to these Romans. And during his time, he used Socrates and Plato and quotes from these philosophers, that there's a great Grecian influence. And I'm going to go into exactly how. Just remember that 360, this is when Plato began to write about this. And so the Timaeus begins with the introductions, followed by an account of the creations and structures of the universe and ancient civilizations. And the introduction, Socrates muses about the perfect society described in Plato's Republic. And when we go up here, what was it described as? A utopia. And I'm gonna click on this so you guys can see, or copy it down below. Francis Bacon, a Renaissance writer, began to talk about this. What was the Renaissance? It was the Middle Ages in Europe. We're going to see that the Israelites and that the Arabs, which means mixed, mingled, but it also is a representation of Ishmael and Esau, with the Islamics were over in Spain during these periods, and that the Greeks and the Romans were taking from us in a lot of ways, as well as beginning to influence us in our culture. Look, y'all see how his finger is up? And y'all know the images of what the world begins to call Jesus, which is a Greco-Roman name for Yeshua or Yahushua Bar Yosef. His name is to be set aside in the Hebrew, in the Aramaic, in the Bantu as Ichwa. We influenced them, they influenced us. They were birthed out of Egypt, and it was called a utopia. What does the world want to get back to? A utopia is a work of fiction and socio-political satire by Thomas More, written in Latin. And we know about the Latin Vulgate and how Latin had an influence over the biblical narrative, and how they say Latin is a dead language that's still spoken by the Roman Catholic Church. And we see Latin inserts into our Hebraic book when the word Lucifer is inserted into there, and that's Latin in origin. We're going to do some deep digging on today. And so when we began to see that Socrates muses about the perfect society describes in Plato Republic. Republic is a Socratic dialogue. The Republican, okay, so this is a Greek. It's built on Socrates. Authored by Plato around 375 BC concerning justice The order and character of the just city and the just man is Plato's best known work and one of the world's most influential works of philosophy and political theory, both intellectual. Okay, so what's the Republican Party built? Let's continue. And wonders if he and his guests might recollect a story which exemplifies such a society. So, the mission of the Republic is to get us back to a utopia. In his account, ancient Athens seemed to represent the perfect society and Atlantis its opponent. So the Greco-Roman standpoint is to have a utopia when the Atlanteans was like, let's tap into this knowledge. Representing the antithesis of the perfect traits described in the Republic. So it's always been the Republic mission to take out the Atlantis. So this should help us realize what's going on today. And according to Siritius, the Hellenistic deities of and it's very, very important to remember all of what I'm telling y'all, 360, Plato, Greek, Rome. Okay, whenever I say Hellenistic, this is Greco. This is Grecian, okay? Deities of the old divided the land. The Hellenistic deities, the Greek gods of old. And remember what it said, that the Greeks and Romans get what they have from Egypt. And we're going to see what predates Egypt on today. That their deities divided the land of old. So that each deity might have their own land. We're going to get it. We're going to bring it out. Poseidon. We begin to look into the spelling of his name and into what was attached to his name. And we're going to click on him, go into that. I'm going to play a video for you guys. Poseidon is son of Sidon. Where is Zidon? Tyre, Zidon, ancient Phoenician, the Mediterranean, Africa. And they bequeathed him to the islands of Atlantis. And then they began to talk about ancient Libya. Once again, this was Northeast Africa and Asia Minor. I'm going to play this video and then come back so that you guys can, I'm not going to play the whole video, but I'm playing enough. It's a couple of them. So that you guys can see what Plato began to say about this world. You guys know that whenever somebody goes live, the reason that I do apologize for it.
Which was said to have taken place in the dwelt outside all who dwelt within them. Of the combatants, on the one side, the city of Athens was reported to have been the leader and to have fought out the war. The combatants, on the other side, were commanded by the kings of Atlantis, which, as I was saying, was an island greater in extent than Libya and Asia, and when afterwards sunk by an earthquake, became an impassable barrier of mud to voyagers sailing from hence to any part of the ocean. I have before remarked in speaking of the allotments of the gods that they distributed the whole earth into portions differing in extent, and made for themselves temples and instituted sacrifices. And Poseidon, receiving for his lot the island of Atlantis, begat children by a mortal woman, and settled them in part of the island, which I will describe. Looking towards the sea, but in the centre of the whole island there was a plain, which is said to have been the fairest of all plains and very fertile. Near the plain again, and also in the centre of the island at a distance of about 50 stadia, there was a mountain, not very high, on any side. In this mountain there dwelt one of the earthborn primeval men of that country, whose name was Evanor, and he had a wife named Leucippe, and they had an only daughter who was called Cleito. The maiden had already reached womanhood when her father and mother died. Poseidon fell in love with her and had intercourse with her, and breaking the ground, enclosed the hill in which she dwelt all round, making alternate zones of sea and land, larger and smaller, encircling one another. There were 2 of land and 3 of water, which he turned as with a lathe, each having its circumference equidistant every way from the centre, so that no man could get to the island, for ships and voyages were not as yet. He himself, being a god, found no difficulty in making special arrangements for the centre island, bringing up 2 springs of water from beneath the earth, one of warm water and the other of cold, and making every variety of food to spring up abundantly from the soil. He also begat and brought up 5 pairs of twin male children, and dividing the island of Atlantis into 10 portions, he gave to the firstborn of the eldest pair his mother's dwelling and the surrounding allotment, which was the largest and best, and made him king over the rest. The others he made princes, and gave them rule over many men and a large territory. And he named them all. The eldest, who was the first king, he named Atlas, and after him the whole island and the ocean were called Atlantic. Now, Atlas had a numerous and honourable family, and they retained the kingdom, the eldest son handing it on to his eldest son for many generations. And they had such an amount of wealth as was never before possessed by kings, and is not likely ever to be again. And they were furnished with everything which they needed, both in the city and the country. For because of the greatness of their empire, many things were brought to them from foreign countries, and the island itself provided most of what was required by them for the uses of life. In the first place, they dug out of the earth whatever was to be found there, solid as well as fusile, and that which is now only a name, and was then something more, or a chalcum, was dug out in parts of the island, being more precious in those days than anything except gold. There was an abundance of wood for carpenter's work, and sufficient maintenance for tame and wild animals. Moreover, there were a great number of elephants in the island, for as there was provision for all other sorts of animals, both those which live in lakes and marshes and rivers, and also for those who live in mountains and on plains, so there was for the animal which is the largest and most voracious of all. Also, whatever fragrant things there are now in the earth, whether roots or herbage or woods or essences which distill from fruit and flower, grew and thrived in that land. Also the fruit which admits of cultivation, both the dry sort, which is given us for nourishment, and any other which we use for food. We call them all by the common name pulse, and the fruits having a hard rind, affording drinks and meats and ointments, and a good store of chestnuts and the like, which furnish pleasure and amusement, and are fruits which spoil with keeping, and the pleasant kind dessert, which we extol ourselves for dinner, eating, All these, that sacred island which then beheld the light of the sun, brought forth fair and wondrous in infinite abundance. With such blessings, the earth freely furnished them. Meanwhile, they went on constructing their temples and palaces and harbors and docks. They arranged the whole country in the following manner. First of all, they bridged over the zones of sea which surrounded the ancient metropolis and built the habitation of the god and their ancestors, which they continued to ornament in successive generations, every king surpassing the one who went before him to the utmost of his power, until they made the building size and a of 300 feet in width, 100 feet in depth, which they carried to the outermost zone, making a passage from the sea up to this, which became a harbour, and leaving an opening sufficient to enable the largest vessels to find ingress. Moreover, they divided at the bridges these zones of land, which parted the zones of sea, leaving room for a single trireme to pass out of one zone into another. And they covered over the channels as to leave a way underneath for the ships, for the banks were raised considerably above the water. Now, the largest of the zones into which a passage was cut from the sea was 3 stadia in breadth, and the zone of land which came next of equal breadth. But the next 2 zones, the one of water, the one of land, were 2 stadia, and the one which surrounded the central island was a stadium only in width. The island in which the palace was situated had a diameter of 5 stadia. All this, including the zones and the bridge, which was the 6th part of a stadium in width, they surrounded by a stone wall on every side, placing towers and gates on the bridges where the sea passed in. The stone, which was used in the work, they quarried from underneath the center island and from underneath the zones on the outer as well as the inner side. One kind was white, another black, and a third red. And as they quarried, they at the same time hollowed out double docks, having roofs formed out of the native rock. Some of their buildings were simple, but in others they put together different stones, varying the colour to please the eye and to be a natural source of delight, which went round the outermost zone they covered with a coating of brass, and the circuit of the next wall they coated with tin, and the third, which encompassed the citadel, flashed with the red light of orichalcum.
Now, he said a lot. He began to go into the creation story of the Greeks and began to talk about how Atlas was the creation god and how he began, as I forestated reading the article, to create and to give out different land allotments to his sons. And he also talked about how one son in particular got the land allotment along with his mom, and the other one kept it with him. So now we're going to see, because you have to remember that they stated that the Greeks at their creation story or their mythos from Egypt. Now we're going to see, we're going to go into the Egyptian creation story, and we're going to go into the Sumerian creation story. I want you guys to look at something first. Let's take a look at a few symbols. First, we're going to look into what the trident even represents and where it has its etymology. Hi, Chuck. Once again, I do apologize for the lagging. And so the trident is a 3-pronged spear, and it's used for spear fishing. This is the weapon of Poseidon, as we've been talking about, or Neptune. And Neptune is the god of fresh water and the sea in Roman religion. He is the counterpart of the Greek god Poseidon. In Greek tradition, he is the brother of Jupiter and Pluto. I'm going to make videos about these different deities. So today we're going to focus. I want you guys to take this gem because I'm going to go deep into this part of it. When it begins to say that the trident may occasionally be held by other marine deities, so the marine kingdom, water deities, such as Trentons. And so this would be a Greek god of the sea, or the son of Poseidon, and Amphitrite, god and goddess of the sea, respectively. Triton lived with his parents. So this is Poseidon's son, and Poseidon's son is represented by the trident. And he would blow a trumpet. And so the tridents are also depicted in medieval heraldry, sometimes held by a merman. We know what that is. And in Hinduism, it is the weapon of Shiva. We're going to get into Hinduism and Vedic culture and what they say their origins is. So who is Shiva? Shiva, also known as Mahadeva or Diva. Let's get into the meanings of this. We're just going to go. So, Shiva is the auspicious one, the great god, or Hera. Hera, if I'm not mistaken, I believe was Hera used in? No, that was Zora. But that's also interesting as well, because if her name was Zora from Power Rangers, y'all my mind be going different places. I'm looking to that. Because if her name was Zora, then that could go into Zoroastrianism and would explain why she had the bull. Okay, and he is the supreme being in Shaivism, which is one of the major traditions of Hinduism. What we have to realize is that all of these religions have different sects. So since majority of us are Black people with Christian backgrounds, I'll break it down in this. You have you have people that are Christians, but they don't all believe the same. You have your apostolics and your Pentecostals. You have your different branches of Pentecostals, which would be the Pentecostal Assemblies of the World versus the Church of God in Christ. You begin to have your Baptist, your full gospel Baptist, your Southern Baptist, your traditional Baptist. You have your Messianic Jews and your Orthodox Jews. And so when you look into these other cultures and other religions, they also have different branches amongst them, and they practice different ways. Shiva is known as the destroyer within the Trimurti or the Trinity. Wait a minute. So you mean to tell me that the Trinity also has some origins in Hinduism? You don't say. And so their trinity would be Brahma, who is the creator, Vishnu, which is the server, and Shiva, who is the destroyer. Does not the Bible have a creator in the beginning? We're going to go into the Bible, but we're going to hold off, because I want y'all to get all of this and keep in your back pocket that 360 with Plato, because that's what I'm about to begin to show you guys after I show you the Ankh, because we have to remember that they said Atlantis had some sons, and he began to break it down, and one son went with the mom with her land allotment, the other son went up here, and then the other ones were princes, sons and daughters, and he gave them those lands. We're going to tie all this in together. And also remember that they said that the Greeks got their knowledge from Egypt. Who did Egypt get their knowledge from? So the Ankh, sometimes referred to as the key of life or the key of the Nile, is the representation of eternal life in Egypt. And we saw that in that trident in Aquaman. It didn't only have the three, but it had that cross as well. So it is believed, it's a lot, y'all. So remember, the key of life is an ancient Egyptian hieroglyphic symbol represented for the word life, and by extension, as a symbol of life itself. The Ankh has a cross shape. A cross is geometrically figured consisting of two intersecting lines. So it has to cross, whether it's a T, whether it's an X. The lines usually run vertical and horizontal across of oblique lines in the shape of the Latin letter X. So X is a Latin letter. It's termed for saltire in heraldic terminology. And so the origins of the symbol are not known. I'm going to show y'all. Although many hypotheses have been proposed, it was used in writing as trilateral sign, meaning the root or the verbs. What? Wait a minute. And nouns in the Semitic languages. So you're telling me that the Ankh, even though they say they can't prove it, but we're about to go there, has Semitic origins. Now we know that Afro-Asiatic people, some came out of Ham, majority came out of Shem. You have Afro-Asiatic amongst the Cushites. They were these Sabines who began to populate the Arabian Peninsula. And we also will go into the fact that a lot of these people came out of not only Ham from Cush, but we have to remember that Abraham married amongst the Cushites. So this is where you get your Hebraic culture from as well. And so the sequence was found in several Egyptian words, including the words meaning mirror, floral bouquet, and life. So when we have the wedding ceremony and the bride begins to hold her bouquet, I knew I should have listened to the Holy Spirit because I didn't know this. I started to bring down a bouquet because I have my mom's bouquet from my parents' 25th vow renewal, my late mother. And when you begin to look at a bouquet, you see that it has the stem and it has the base and then the flower, representation of life. And I believe one of you said the other night was bringing out that the ring finger represents the phallic and that the circle would represent the entry point of the womb, giving us life. These are all ancient belief systems. And mirror, when a man and a woman begin to join in holy matrimony, you become one to another. You are supposed to mirror. In art, the symbol often appeared as a physical object representing either life or sustenance, such as air or water. These are the elements that are related, which is why when they were in the desert in the beginning and she was trying to reactivate that technology, she needed to draw out water. In order to draw out water, you have to have air. We can begin to say that science and the Bible, one and the same. You have to know how to break all of this down. It was especially common held in the hands of ancient Egyptian deities or by giving them to the pharaoh to represent their power to sustain life and revive human souls in the afterlife. So remember, it is supposed that the Ankh, which we see in Egypt, has Semitic origins. So when you begin to look at a lot of these netters or these Egyptian deities holding the Ankh, We have to remember that this is Semitic in origin. And we also need to be aware of the fact that a lot of these netters held a croak, a shepherd's croak. And I'll bring out the scripture that will prove that Egyptians did not like shepherds. And we're going to find out who the shepherds were. The Egyptian thought that the shepherds were an abomination unto them, so they wouldn't even eat with the shepherd people. Let's continue. So this was giving them to represent their power to sustain life and revive human souls in the afterlife. We're going to pull some stuff up today to see how this cross is used today when it comes to reviving. We have to know the symbology. And so the ankh was one of the most decorative motifs in ancient Egypt and was also used by neighboring cultures, the Coptic Christians. So whenever you guys see Christian, you guys just need to know that good 10 times out of 10, they're talking about a conglomerate of Israelites, whether they were Israelites who were still keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, whether they were Israelites who were still keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, but did not believe that Yeshua Bar Yosef was the Messiah, whether they believed that he was the Messiah, whether they believed that he was the Messiah as according to how this Greek, Egyptian, Assyrian, Babylonian, Aramaic, Hebrew, New Testament has put together. Just remember that there has always been different belief systems. That's why you have your Pharisees and your Sadducees. That's why you had your Hamasinians living autonomously. And that's going to be very important to remember when I get into this 360 with Plato. We have to iron things out so that we can emphatically prove history. This is not just, today is Bible talk. It's the Sabbath. So you guys are going to get knowledge on today. We did not come for play. And so we have to see that the Coptic Christians are indigenous to North Africa, whom have primarily inhabited the area of modern Egypt and the Sudan. Sudan is the land of the black. The Middle East is what they term it. Drop down articles to prove that the Middle East does not exist. This was a newly found coined term between the 1940s and the 1960s. If you look, I'll just show y'all, because we're going to prove everything today. We're going to stop playing. In ancient Egypt hieroglyphic writing, wait a minute, let's go back up. The ankh came into widespread use in Western culture in the 1960s and is often used as a symbol of African culture identity. Neo-pagan belief system, and the Gulf subculture. So what does neo-pagan mean? Modern paganism, also known as contemporary paganism and neo-paganism, is a term or religion or family of religions influenced by the various historical pre-Christian beliefs of modern people in Europe and adjacent areas of Northern Africa and the Near East. It's very important to, whenever they talk about North Africa, the Near East, the Levant, the Mediterranean, West Africa, Egypt, Greek, Rome, Sicily, all of it, they're talking about the Bible. This is why it's very important to look into the book of Genesis and break that nation table down to begin to see what peoples populated what place and what culture they still hold up on today. So let's talk about pre-Christian beliefs. And I'm going to go in deep into this, maybe in part 2, just a little bit. We need to realize that before the Israelites were taken into Egyptian, Assyrian, specifically Assyrian, Babylonian, Greek, and Roman captivity, that they had a belief systems that looked just about identical to West African culture that we see today. And West African Bantu culture that we see today in West Africa and the diaspora looks very biblical. But we have to remember that it mimics what it is that we were doing in ancient Babylon, because it was Yode Wade worship along with venerating some other deity. So in Christian culture, before a lot of our formulas was taken from us, we believed in having altars in our homes, set out and etched out. We believed in pouring out libations when we got a new home, or when we would go on a new journey, and when we would get new places, we would set up a stone and we would get a libation, whether it be water, whether it be oil, whether it be wine, and we will pour it out to sanctify that place. We began to have herbs and flowers and spices, not only to use them for the microbial products and the being able to kill out antifungal property. Have antifungal properties and antibacterial. So when people begin to say, "Oh, why would somebody burn this and burn that?" Literally, when you light a herb, now you can't open up portals with these things because everybody does not worship the same. Well, we have to realize that when you light a herb, you're literally allowing that herb to cleanse the air. I drink tea. I make teas. And if I make a rose and a chamomile tea and I drink that for anxiety, and it could calm my anxiety if I had anxiety, and if it can help with sleep and insomnia and inflammation and all of these things, surely if I begin to burn these same flowers in the air, it can help root those things out of the atmosphere. But when we went into our captivities, they took away from us that which it is that we had, and gave us unto us what it is that they had, because it was just our ancient practices, which we are going to prove. So when we began to see that in the Middle Kingdom period in the Bible is very important to know what was taking place. And this is in the Middle Kingdom book. Lesson on today. So I'm not going to get too deeply into that. But guys, just look at Ankh, right? And when you begin to look into words, it's important to just break down the prefix and the suffix to find correlations between words and to find origins. So we see that Ankh is life, right? And we see that it has A-N, which is on, and then K or key. Okay? On, key. And remember that Atlas had an Ankh in his hand representing, it was the Triton. And we see how all of that linked together. And remember that is Semitic in origins. So now with that being said, let's look into the Sumerian creation story, since we've delved into the Greek creation story. Different creation story. That's what we're going to do. Because they did get their knowledge from Egypt. We'll do that first. Guys, do me a favor, like the video, share it on your social media platforms, your text messages, share it with some people who you know want some knowledge to increase and to be able to learn how to line up Bible with history and all of these different creation stories. So this is the History Museum. I'll link this down below. I'll probably read one off. So this is now your different creation stories. Some of them have some wild stuff in it. I'm not saying this is what I believe or anything. Okay, like other creation myths, Egypt is complex and offers several versions of how the world unfolded. The ancient Egyptians believed that the basic principles of life nature, and society were determined by the gods of creation of the world. It all began with the first stirring of the high God, the Most High, and the primeval waters. So like they said, Atlas started in the water. So what we have to remember is that somebody saying the Most High means absolutely nothing. The Most High literally means the highest reigning deity in that area or over that people's group. This is why we have to put a name on it, and we have to start using the restored name of our creator, of the one who he sent as well. We have to get back to our language. We have to. The creation myth is recounted in the sacred hieroglyphic writings found on pyramids, temples, tombs, and sheets of papyrus. These writings describe how the earth was created out of chaos by the god Atun. Atun, the earth was seen as a large landscape and a reflection of the world where the gods resided. The creation of the universe took place over a long period of time when the gods lived on the earth and established kingdoms based on the principles of justice. When the gods left the earth to reside in the sky, the pharaohs inherited the right to rule. We're going to see how this all linked in, because is that not what they said about Greek, that the gods lived on the earth first? So the Book of the Dead, dating to the second intermediate period, describes how the world was created by Atum, the god of Heliopolis, which is the center of the sun. It was the sun cult. And we're going to get into this. Is any of this in the Bible? In Lower Egypt, in the beginning, the world appeared as an infinite expanse of darkness and directionless waters named Noon. So the water had a name. Noon. Who was the son of Noon? The son of Nun in the Bible. Okay. Noon was personified as four pairs of male and female deities. Remember, they said that Atlas not only created his son, who went with his mom, and the son who went with him, but he made, I believe they said, 5 pairs in that story of male and female deities. So this was the gods creating in the beginning. Okay. Each couple represented one of the 4 principles that characteristics Noon, which meaning hiddenness or invisible, the invisible God, infinite water, strain, or lack of direction. So this water was chaos, because is that not what lack of direction means? And it was infinite. It also means darkness or lack of light. So Noon was there in the beginning with lack of light and chaos and invisibility. And he was created by Atum, who created himself out of Noon by an effort or will of by uttering his own name. By uttering his own name, Noon created himself out of the darkness, out of these infinite waters, out of total chaos, total destruction. Atum, as the creator of the gods and the humans, he was responsible for bringing order to the heavens and the earth. As Lord of the heavens and the earth, he wears a double crown, representing Upper and Lower Egypt, and carries the Ankh, a symbol of life, and a was suspector, a symbol of royal authority. The scepter or rod is one of the oldest, most enduring symbols associated with royalty and the deities. And you see, there's a crook right there as well. The 2 types of scepters. And doesn't this look similar to what they put in? If you turned it upside down or took this bottom part off, it looks like what she put into that device. 2 types of scepters were found in ancient art. The was, a symbol of power and dominion, as a straight shaft, a crooked handle in the shape of an animal head, and a forked base. The second represents divine power and a straight shaft with an enlarged cylindrical end. The cylinder was a very, very important phallic symbol. And so the creator God's offsprings. And so it talks about creating them in pairs. His son Shu. Yes, Shu. What? Shu. Shashu of Yahweh. We gonna bring that. Shu was the god of the air. Separates the sky goddess Nut. So there was a god. Okay, so the god of the air was Shu. Shu. Separates the sky goddess Nut from the earth god Geb. Two ram head gods. The ram. There's always a ram in the bush. Okay. So the twins separated the sky from the water. So remember, two brothers. One went this way, one went that way. The same way in Atlas, in Greek. Remember all of this. Remember all of this. Please, please, please remember all of this. Remember all of this. It is very, very important. Oh, I missed this. The Banu. This sounds like Benin. Is a symbol of rebirth and immortality. Yeah, that sounds like Benin to me. Benin, Ben. Means son, Nu. Son of Nu. See, it's very important to break things down as you read so that you can begin to make other correlations, okay? And so this is important to know that the medieval waters receded and mound of earth, Geb, appeared. So Geb would be represented by a mound. And the dry land. And for the rested sun, it's Ray. And saying Gubin Nut produced 4 offspring, Seth. Remember Seth and the god of disorder, Osiris. Seth, the god of disorder, and Osiris, the god of order, and their sisters, Nephthys and Isis. And so the sun gods, I don't know why this doesn't let me scroll sometimes. Okay, the sun gods, I was the sun god of rain, which was a form of Atum. So he was an extension. Y'all understanding that? He was an aviator, a representation, a manifestation of Atum, who ruled over the earth where humans and divine beings coexisted. The humans were created from the eye of Ra, you're the apple of my eye of wholeness. This happened when the eye separated from Ra and failed to return. So the humans separated from Ra, separated from the eye, and never came back. And Shu and Tunuf went to fetch it, but the eye resisted. Ensuing the struggle, the eye shed tears from which the humans were born. The familiar eye motif is enduring symbol for the creator Atum and Re, and for Horus, the son of Osiris and Isis. It represents the power to see, illuminate, and to act. The act of bringing the eye back to the creator was equivalent to the healing. The restoration of right and order, maintaining right and order to prevent the earth from falling into chaos, and the central to Pharaoh's role. And this is what they begin to teach us. This is why you have so much eye symbolism, because they are saying that they are bringing us back to utopia, to a place of peace, without utter chaos, without utter destruction, without utter ruin. And remember that Shiva was looked at as the destroyer. let's more. Yes, I want us to look into all of creation of Egyptians. Because this should sound familiar to y'all, which is why a lot of Egyptologists in the conscious community be like, see, that Bible is Egyptian. But I'm going to prove to them that it's still Semitic. It's still Hebrew. And so see what this coon is represented by the shepherd's croak, the head of a ram, and an ankh, which we have already stated that the ankh, and I haven't even finished proving that yet, is Semitic in origins. But coon represents, so this would be a Semitic. We're going to see how Semitic people was in Egypt during those first 3 periods. I remember when I showed you guys the video, and it had some mace heads, and they were ivory looking. We're gonna look into that and see some similarities. But Coon, his source was the Nile. Remember, the Ankh with the Nile, since the Nile brought flooding. And he was thought to be the creator god of human children, which he created from the potter's wheel and from the clay and placed them in their mother's womb. He was later described as having molded the other deities and had the titles divine potter and the Lord of created things himself. The worship of Kum centered on 2 principal rivers sited at Elephantine, and we're going to see what was going on at Elephantine, and Esna, which was regarded as sacred sites. At Elephantine, he worshipped alongside Satyphus and Nuket, and that's Hebraic. And he was also worshipped beside Menhetet, Neptune, which we could connect to Nabu, and Neith, which I know for a fact is Semitic in origins. She goes back to Net, Anet. My middle name is Jeanette, and this all goes back to Hebraic origins. We need to know these things. So he was a potter god who created with clay. Let's find some scriptures. Let's do this. Is the Sabbath. Oh, Father. Isaiah 64:8. But now, O Lord, you are our Father. We are the clay and you are our potter. We are the work of your hand. Jeremiah 18:1-23. And the word came to Jeremiah from the Lord, arise and go down to the potter's house. And there I will let you hear my words. So I went down to the potter's house, and there you see this. And the vessel he was making clay was spoiled in the potter's hand. These are allegories. Romans 9:21. As the potter know right over the clay to make the same lump, one vessel for honorable use and another for dishonorable use. We see this again used in Jeremiah 18:1-6, Isaiah 4:9. Woe to him who strives with him who formed him, a pot among earthen pots. Does the clay say to him who forms it, what are you making? Or your work has no handles? What? You turn things upside down. Isaiah 29:16. Shall the potter be regarded as the clay, that the thing made should say of its maker, he did not make me? Or the thing formed say of him who has formed it, he has no understanding. Many scriptures. And this is what they use to disprove our Bible, but we're about to keep walking. We're about to keep walking. This is the type of teaching that's needed in pulpits. This is biblical teaching. Let me put this full screen. So this is the Sumerian creation myth. The earliest records, actually, before I read this, thank you, Father. I need to remember that to prove that this predates, so that you guys can hear this. In this video, I'm going to play some more Ray Zion Lex. It's just a snippet of a video that he was breaking down. He was having a debate, I believe, with someone in the Egyptian community. And these brothers oftentimes put their own foot in their mouth. But this is no representation of me. I'm going to link this video down below. And I do recommend following more Ray Zion Lex for some Hebrew teachings.
The question for the panel. East comes. I'm just saying. Bianchi, what do you think about this? Does this mean that they copied Christianity, copied from Kemet based on an image?
No. Absolutely not.
Rocky, what do you think? Who is the guest? Whoever is signing as guest. What do you think? What do you think, Rocky? Do they need this? This is actually against what the early Christians believe. Because this is nothing. They separated themselves. Guess, unmute yourself, guess. Because I want to hear your point of view. You're saying that this means that they copied the religion of Kemet with this.
I'm listening to both sides, right? And like when they say the term copying, you know, it just degrees, you know, it's kind of like semantics.
That's a different. What Jabari, hold on. Listen to what Jabari is saying. Was in my debate with Jabari, was Christianity stolen from Kemet? He made that. He named the debate. He named the debate.
He's trying to say they plagiarized.
So, right. So at the end of the day, bro, influence is not the debate. That's not the debate. Because even if we say influence, let's look at it from an influential point of view. To show influence, if I show someone or a culture that's practicing, because at the end of the day, we really can't date what a culture practices. Is just that Kemet and Mesopotamia has spoiled us. They had a lot of writing early. So if, say for example, Egypt has a concept with Mary and whatever, and we find it in Nakada culture, like what Reggie showed me. The Nakada culture had this image before. So that's showing a continuation of the Egyptians patterning themselves from the Nakada culture. But earlier than the Nakada culture, we have it in Mesopotamia. So does that mean that the Nakada culture copied Mesopotamia? That's all example.
So this entire time I see I was on mute and I'm trying to unmute it. Thank you, Jason. Trying to unmute it. And things are really, really, really laggy. Oh, I see that the video is about to play. So excuse me, I do apologize for that. So what I was stating is that we're about to watch a video. If the video gets too laggy, I'm going to show you guys just the pictures. I'm going to show you guys the picture anyway, just to prove that if you guys saw the mace head that was represented in Aquaman, it was like an ivory color and it was shaped kind of like this. And so as you guys begin to see, they said that it's a hypothesis that the Ankh is Sumerian, Semitic in origins. Then I began to show you guys the different aspects of that. And so before I delve deep into the Sumerian creation story, I want to show you the Nakada 1, Nakada 2, and Nakada 3 period. Now, in the video that we just showed, we saw some people who are known Egyptologists who say that, yeah, Egypt borrowed from Sumer. If they borrowed from Sumer, or did Sumer, Mesopotamia, predate Egypt, and that the Sumerians have an influence on Nakada 1, Nakada 2, and Nakada 3 of ancient Egypt, realizing that the Egyptians thought that shepherds were abominations. So this is Moray Zion Lex. He's playing back a video of himself breaking down some knowledge about the Nakata period.
Brother over to the temple of Inanna. That's an elder, and I do respect him. But he did some silly. But the first thing I want you guys to know is room. Who was in Inanna?
For some reason, so I'm not going to play that video because I do not want to compromise the integrity of the information that I'm putting out. And I'll link that video down below. Going to the Nakata culture, this is proto-dynasty period of ancient Egypt. So this is the last phase. Well, period 3 would be the last phase before the Egyptians begin to come in. So it's important to know that the Armartian and Amorite, the Amorites came out of Canaan, and the Amorites were known to still be a Semitic branch of people. They were identified as the Hyksos, and by them being a Semitic branch of people, a lot of historians began to mix in the Israelites with the Hyksos, but they are two totally different nations of people. The reason they were able to dwell among each other, though, is because the similarities in culture, the pastoral, the sedentary, as well as them being shepherds too, and having grain gods, the similarities in customs. So that's something to hold on to very deeply. And so the Nakata period actually traded with the Nubians and the West Desert Oasis, but they were not the Nubians. This is very important to know. And so let's look. This is their figurine of the mother goddess. This is what Moray Zion Lex was going into, talking about Inanna. We're going to talk about her. I talked about her some. She is the queen of heaven, venerated as Mary, venerated as Venus. This thing goes pretty deep. And so look at the pottery. We see that the horned hippopotamus ivory tusk, or a chauffeur, and we're going to see what other culture this is used for, but this is very important, you guys. Look at this. Nakata 1, Nakata 2, and 3. Let's take a very, very, very close look. This is the beginnings of Egypt, when the shepherd cooks and the ox was being represented. And these were not Egyptians. This was Semitic. And how do we prove this? Because if we make claims to be the Israelites of the Bible, we have to be able to prove markers. And so, first of all, let's talk about the Ubed culture before I show you. And said the Ubed culture, for those of you who do not know, the ancient Igbos have oral tradition that their predecessor is Gad. And they look at Abraham as their autonomous predecessor who came out of Ur or Eri. And so the Ubed culture is the prehistoric culture of Mesopotamia. And we see that this runs from 5,300 to 4,300 BC. And this was in the Near East. And so we see how they had their temples built up. And this was alongside of the Persian Gulf. We're going to tie in, because the Persians are Elamites, and Elam came out of Shem. So we're going to see how Hebraic a lot of these practices are, and how a lot of these people are just going back to the worship of their predecessors from ancient Babylon. And so this is the earliest evidence for selling has been found in Kuwait. This is Western Asia, the Eastern Arabian tip. This is around Saudi Arabia. Who was in Saudi Arabia? You guys have to know that out of Shem came a lot of Arabic and West African nations. Out of Ham as well, but out of Ham came a lot of nations. And so this was called the Burnt Village, suggesting that this was destroyed in a war. And so the Ubed culture was known to be between the peoples of Mesopotamia and Eastern Arabia. Very important. These are Abrahamic people. Armenian. They came from the eastern and northeastern Anatolia. So it's very, very, very important to know that in the biblical narrative, after the flood of Noah, the ship landed in Mount Ararat, Turkey, Anatolia, the Mediterranean, Northeast Africa, migration into West Africa. So let's look at this pottery, and as we see, this dated in the Cotton period. The Ubed culture. This is actually at the Oriental Museum here in Chicago. on some of these potteries. You see that? The rams. Oh, is that a star? On this pottery, you guys see that? 1, 3, 4 representation of Edom. Normally is. So how do we make correlations to the Israelites of the Bible, to the Sumerians, and to this Nakata 1, Nakata 2? Let's see, pottery and ancient. Misspelled. But here we go. The Israelites rulers in Egypt, like Joseph, had a golden shepherd's staff as the suspector, and the scab represent Israel. Yep, I went into the shepherd's staff of the Egyptians netters. I'm also about to bring out something with the staff and everything with some West Africans, because we're about to tie so much stuff in to know that our history is our history. Thank you so much in the comments. So this is from the Jerusalem Post, a group of Israeli and German archaeologists. I'm gonna let you guys know that these converts know exactly where to go to find these artifacts. You guys see, this is the same pottery. Stop me when I'm lying. In the 7th century BC, remember Greek pottery and tableware were must in sophisticated houses around the Levant. They're trying to tell you this is not Grecian pottery. They talk about Greek baths. No. We know that these are native to the Levant and that the Grecians was being influenced by the Hebrews during this time. And I didn't forget about that to get into that with the 360 BC. We're just finally separating and proving some things. Okay, so y'all see that pottery. So you got to tie in all these Hebraic factors. Pottery. I think it's the Hebrew pottery. Oh, okay. It was another West African group. Here we go. See, I does my research, okay? This is West African pottery amongst the Igbo, the Europe, who are known to be Europe, then Ephraim, or the sons of Ephraim. Okay? So I'm going to link all of this below, you guys. This is the Benin. I'm so happy to say Benin, because remember earlier it talked about Benu, and I said, that looked like Benin to me. And we're going to see the Benin originally is where the Ashanti were at. And Ashanti are known to be people of Akan. T-I, which is my nickname, T, means rib in ancient Mesopotamia in Sumer. Leads us back to the etymology of Hava, or as Eve, which is a very popular name in West Africa. And so the Ashanti have an oral history of being from Akan, the tribe of Judah. And they were no longer in that kingdom. The Dahomey has taken over Benin. So speaking of the Akan, since we're looking at artifacts and since Jason began to mention even further the rod, let's look at the rod in Africa for one is right there, but I want the kings to come up. Oh yes. You guys see? Y'all have their very, very important. Very important. The Kingdom of Ashanti. I remember that 5-point star that we saw. You see that right here. But they also have another flag, the Asante people. Here is a proof thing to be a thing. This is the golden stool. They have a story of the golden stool. And the golden stool literally represents the Ark of the Covenant. And so the Asante, also known as Ashanti, are part of the Akan ethnic group and are native to the Ashanti region of modern-day Ghana. This is modern-day Ghana. They are wealthy in gold. You guys know that the gods came down to the earth for immigration. And so the trans-Saharan trade requires travels between sub-Saharan Africa and North Africa. Did they not say in Atlantis that the sea peoples, the Phoenician, were trading across the Saharan? So this extended from the 8th century to the 17th century. What was taking place biblically among the Israelites? You had a lot of trading going on. And then they even mentioned Libya. And they were rich in gold, slaves. And bullion is a non-ferrous metal that has been refined to a high standard of elemental purity. The term is originally applied to bulk metal used in production of coins. But Africa is poor, you guys. They have nothing. The Ashanti region has a variable terrain, coast, mountains, wildlife sanctuary, strict nature reserve. I'm not going to get into improving like deep down how these people are the people. I will make other videos for that. But you guys see their rods and their representations of it. So let's get to 360 BC in the Bible. What was Plato talking about and what was taking place biblically in 360 BC? What was, y'all see Atlantis came up. What was Israelites doing during that time? Oh, this is talking about the return from exile. That's interesting. So right here, we can see, and I'll link this down below, the kingdom of Greece was taking place. This was Xerxes the third and Philip of Macedonia. So the Israelites were under Greco-Roman captivity during this time. This is the time when you see Hellenistic aspects rise up amongst the Israelites, but we see for a fact that the Israelites, the Arabians, and the Africans were having a major influence on Greece. Now, I'm about to talk about who Katera is, so that we can go back into the world that created this destruction and this storm, and Shiva being the destroyer god. We're going to read some scriptures on the destroyer, but right now we're going to get into, actually, let's do that first so we could get that out of the way. Read those scriptures and then get into the progenitor of who these people say they are. So that we can see why they make the claims that they make. So there are 29 scriptures on the destroyer. Yes, Shiva's out of East Indian culture, but we're going to see where East Indian culture comes out of, sis. Thank you for tuning in. We're about to line this up because the East Indians have a Hebraic root, and a lot of things that we are seeing right now has taken the knowledge from ancient Sumer, taken the knowledge from the Hebrews, and are using it. And when we begin to look into, y'all stay tuned. It's the Sabbath. We ain't got nothing to do but to learn. That's a great question, sis. The destroyer, Exodus 12. Let me take a sip of water. So you guys remember when I was talking about the pre-Christian practices, the practices that we had before we went into exile. And I was telling you guys how we believed in having our herbs to root out spirits and to root out sickness and illnesses and disease. We had herbs and we had altars and we poured libations and we cast lots, and prayer is a form of divination because you are divining, you are speaking to your deity, to your higher power. They have taken words outside of the etymology and placed spookism on everything, but we are here to restore truth. We are here to take back that which was given to us. It's for selfish gain. It's to get us back to utopia. So let's say this. It's to get us back to utopia, sis. And thank you for tuning in. So you guys, I'm going to give her a brief synopsis so that she can know exactly what I'm talking about. So basically, I opened up talking about Atlantis, and I used scenes from Aquaman, and they was talking about how they went into the eye of the Saharan desert, and it was this big old clock, basically, and they placed this phallic symbol inside of it, and she had to pour water out of Aquaman's pineal gland in order to get this thing to work, because this desert once upon a time was on top of, incantations on top of water, and it was all in water and above water, and they had this device, and the Atlanteans got too puffed up and they were going against the Republic. The Republic wanted peace and calm and utopia. The Atlanteans wanted more power, so they set off this machine and they went under earth, and instead of them being killed and destroyed, they developed gills. Some of them remained humanoid. Some of them began to look more reptilian. Other ones went to evil. And this is where you got your marine kingdoms. And under the marine kingdom, it is a lot of many kingdoms, which is why in the Bible you have your locusts and you have your frogs. And like all of these things was represented in the movie Aquaman. So then it began to go into, I shared a video that's about the destroyer, or Shiva, who is the lord of this dance. So when we get into the book of Exodus, it's important to know in the book of Exodus, in the 12th chapter, right along here, the Israelites, this is when they became an actual nation of people, because before they were known as like the Hibiru. And I'm going to show you guys that as well, because Hibiru, Hebrew, anyone who came out of Eber would be considered a Hebrew. It literally means the one who crossed over. And so the Hibiru was a conglomerate of Hebraic people. And when we get into who Abraham and all of them made, we're going to see there's a lot of Hebrews. It's a lot of Hebrews, but the Israelites were made a nation of people in Egypt. And this happened after the Hyksos left out, because the king rose up who did not know Joseph. When the Israelites were in Egypt, they were able to be okay amongst the Amorites, the Hyksos, because they shared customs as shepherd people. And when I get further into the Sumerian creation story, you guys will see why. And so when the Egyptians came back into Egypt, because they had been kicked out of their own land, the Amorites, the Hyksos, was coming in like, they called them bandits, they called them robbers, and because we traveled amongst them, the Midianites, the Ishmaelites, the Edomites, the Ammonites, the Moabites, and then you had some mixed and mingled people amongst them, we were wrapped in and called bandits and robbers and thieves, because all of us traveled amongst each other. So when the Israelites were in Egypt, we lived autonomously. And that's going to always be a Hebraic marker of who we are, the people that are trying to live autonomously under Babylon. You have Israelites and you have Moors of today who are detaching from this system to create our very own Goshen. When you look into the analogs of Manetho and Josephus, they describe Goshen also as a virus. This was a place of milk and honey. So we lived amongst the best, even in Egypt. Joseph, as the brother Jason began to say, was able to rise up high amongst the Egyptians. What we have to realize is that the Most High will allow some of our people to get up in high places amongst wickedness so that they can decree and declare who it is that he is. Also said that we can begin to live autonomously amongst these people. So when I began to look into the 360 BC, which I'm going to go into just a little bit more to prove that the Israelites were amongst the Greeks, I showed you guys that timeline. We're going to see how deep that influence goes. But the Israelites were in ancient Egypt at this time, and the Egyptian Pharaoh came up who did not know Joseph and began to enslave the Israelites. Why was this? Because they saw something that we did not see about ourselves, that we were greater than them, that we were bigger than them, that we multiplied more amongst them, that we were building things up. The mound builders are a Hebraic marker. We were not pyramid builders, y'all. The pyramids being built is the sign of Canaan. That's a Canaanite, a Phoenician marker. And this is something that's very important to know. So when the destroyer came into ancient Egypt in Exodus, the 12th chapter, for the Lord will pass through to smite the Egyptians, and he see the blood upon the lintel and on the two side posts. The Lord will pass over the door and will not suffer the destroyer to come into your house. And Judges 16:24. And when the people saw him, they praised their God, for they say, our God had delivered into our hands and the enemy destroyer out of our country, which slew many. 1 Samuel 13:17, and the destroyer goeth out from the camp of the Philistines. The Philistines are Phoenicians. Well, they came out of Ham, excuse me. They came out of Coloxius, I can't pronounce their name. So these are Hamitic people as well. And they began to come in with the sea peoples who are Phoenicians, to come in together, 3 detachments, and 1 detachment turned away from Ophrah unto the land of Shashu. You see that? And so we see the destroyer. 1 Chronicles 21:15. God sent the angel to Jerusalem to destroy it. And as he was about to destroy it, Yahweh said, and was grieved on the account of calamity, then said to the angel, the destroyer, it is enough, slacken your hand. And the angel of Yahweh was standing by the threshing floor of Oran the Jebusite. This is when the Jebusites had the Ark of the Covenant in their possession, because there was no place for us to hide it. So it's a lot of different scriptures on the destroyer, right? That cannot be denied. So let me find this video. I already showed a video on Shiva. Oh, I read that article on Shiva. I'm gonna find this video. It's a few of them.
No. And archaeologists believe it was chiseled out of the hillside, starting at the top and ending at the bottom. Some historians estimate that construction of the temple required the removal of over 400, but is
if worked for 18 years for 12 hours straight with no breaks, then they would have modern technology.
If it happened in a very hard to account for volume till that it was more. As an engineer, it is my Kailas and it's very, very hard to believe now how this.
Another baffling fact is that if they removed 400,000 defined temples or any
living over 1,000 years, 18 years. How is it all the rock and found? Examine it. Powerful described in the ancient texts.
Interestingly, there is a device called Baumastra mentioned in the ancient Vedic texts. This high-tech machine would be able to quickly drill the rock and basically vaporize it. This could basically change the rock into air.
Is it possible that the Baumastra machine described in the Vedic texts was really a technological device that existed on Earth thousands of years ago? Ancient astronaut theorists say yes, but suggest it was used not to build Kailasha Temple from the top down, as mainstream scholars propose, but carved out the structure from the bottom up.
One of the more mysterious aspects of the site of Ellora
are the tunnels that seem to go nowhere at the site.
This is one of the tunnels leading underground at the Kailasa temple. You can see that the local authorities this off, but if you look through this hole, you can see this tunnel goes vertically down. Local authorities believe that tunnels like these lead to a vast underground city under Kailasa temple.
But why would vast rooms and tunnels exist deep underground beneath Kailasha temple? Even Shiva has a connection with the Great Flood.
We have great deluge that changed the face of the earth and forced people underground. So you have to wonder, is this some kind of ancient city, many thousands of years old, that was once some kind of extraterrestrial base? And as the water receded, they create this temple from underground.
Could it be that hidden beneath Kailasha temple is an underground alien city? And if so, would this prove that the being Hindus call Shiva was really an extraterrestrial visitor who gave technology to an earlier race of and ultimately destroyed them?
They got that.
Okay, you guys saw that, right? Y'all saw that. What they believe about the earlier race of humans and ancient aliens, but there's more. There is more. And so since I see you asking about the belief system, it's a certain video. This is what I'll do. It's a video, you guys, on here. And if I can't find it right now, because as you see, I watch so many videos and I read so many articles, which is why I prefer to just go live and have you guys study with me. Because putting slideshows together for some of this stuff, that's what we're
so
doing.
that they would fall in love with poverty, and thus the pair could live happily ever after.
And I'll also link this one down below, and then you guys will begin to see why they have sacred cows and things of that nature. So actually it's Brahman, because I want you guys to hear their beliefs from them and not from me, because a lot of times he's not I like to play people who talk about their own culture. I'm gonna play this video, and then it's a few more that I'm gonna link down below. Somebody go live for some reason, and it always flags. Like when we talk about certain,
and it's prophetic, not them service. And knowing that they would not be what's called truly pure.
So you guys can understand who he's talking about. I'm gonna read this and then I'm gonna let him continue talking. when he talks about Keturah. Now, according to some Jewish traditions, they say that she was a son of Noah. A son of Japheth. But majority of people do not have her being so. They depict her as a black woman, and that's not to say that the original Japhites were not black. Some begin to identify her with the biblical Hagar, but this has been proven not to be true. And she was the mother of 6 of Abraham's sons: Zimran, Jokshan, Median, which give you the Medianites, which we know these are Hebraic groups of people. And Midian, and then Median, who gives us the Medianites. Ishbak and Shua. Ishi literally means husband in Hebrew, and then I told you guys I'm gonna show you about the Shua. And then her grandsons was Shiva. Shiva is well known to be along the Arabian Peninsula. Dedan as well, because Dedan and Tidan. Ephah, and then Ephra. We're going to talk about Ephra. You guys remind me to talk about Ephra so that we can tie in this Libyan aspect. The book of Genesis records that Abram gave gifts and sent them to the east. So remember what this gentleman said, that he sent these sons by him and Keturah to the east, while making Isaac, the son of Sarah, the primary heir. We have to remember that Abram definitely separated his sons. So these are different Hebraic groups going with these same Hebraic beliefs. And you got to remember that our people will use their Hebraic beliefs and mix in what we knew back in Mesopotamia. Okay, you guys, it's very important to know that before Abram came, it could be the proximity, but I can't really have it farther away. Thank you for that. I'll push the computer back and see if it helps. Abram, when he was in Mesopotamia, his father was Terah, and Terah was known to be a high priest of fascinating things for the gods. And so if you were one who created idols, you had to know the gods, their worship, their sacrifices, things of that nature. He learned amongst Nimrod. And if you know anything about Bible and extra biblical text, we know that Nimrod, the mighty Cushite, was looked at as an antichrist figure, and he's still being venerated on today with the phallic symbol. So we have to remember that the Hebrews had some paganism in their custom, and we begin to look into the belief systems of these people. They line up with each other. And so when he sent his sons east, this is what happened. It is said that the Keturah sons were said to have represented the Arab tribes who lived south and east of Israel. Do not forget that according to Judean authors, Josephus and Clodemus, Malchus, Punic people. Punics. Who were the Punic? The Punic Wars. This happened among the Carthaginians. You guys, it's so many videos that I have to do, who were descendants from Ephraim or Ephraim. And so, okay, I didn't even have to click all the way on it because I said we're going to get into the Libyans. So this is who inhabited Libya, the Libyans, who the etymological root of the continent of Africa. So when people begin to tell you that Africa is named after Africanus, Scipio Africanus, that man's name was originally something else, and he surnamed himself Africanus because when he invaded Africa, or Ephra, after Abraham's grandson from his marriage of him and Keturah, he defeated the Afar people, who were well known to be people of great war. And so he surnamed himself Africanus after the Afar people. And so Africa was named after a grandson of Abraham and Keturah. And this was according to the African writer, a known Israelite that we all know about from the kingdom of Benin. And he was shipped to the Caribbean. Equano. He lives his life as Gustavus Vasa. We also have to remember that a lot of our people changed their names to Sephardic names, to Dutch names, to British names, to Europe names, because when we was living in those places, we were becoming conversos or Moranos. We were practicing Judaism or Islam undercover. It's a lot, you guys. And so, according to this, to Baha'i, which is the Baha'i faith, it's a relatively new religion teaching the essential worth of all religions. You guys have to remember the one world religions. This arose in Iran and the Middle East. And so, according to them, their founder, Baha'u'llah, was born into a Persians are Elamites, family. And they have descended doubly from both Abraham and Sarah, and separately from Abram and Keturah. Persians, Elam, Hindus. Let's continue.
Knowledge he gave them soon.
Under India and of China, so that being
there are strong influences
from
Jewish or pre-Jewish
Israel.
Ideas and spiritual insights. And animals is now taken very serious, the ethics of raising animals and food quality.
I just want to
So I just want to look a little bit here. If you look at his history book, it's in India in thousands
of years
ago, before
this
aspect of a numb-coded past is related to is very different from the West.
The writings
being accomplished
I've
when his
sons
understanding of a non-dualistic spiritual world.
Now what this means
is that in human psychology there's a tendency to externalize, to project
the manifold complexes and create a cosmology that contains all
that there is a superordinate function. It's referred to as the greater personality by Edward Edinger, fantastic second generation Jungian analyst.
The greater personality is like a singularity. So you can think of a multitude of
complexes, and the singularity that brings them together is logos.
And
in Judaism, of course, it's the central premise is the superordinate factor of this one
as a
competitor to this. And Vedanta has a very strong, archaic, very old
connotation to it. Most through oral tradition, but then published in books like the
Upanishads.
And the Upanishads have a very clear line to to sort of what you would think of as what Abraham would have put forth to his sons.
In understanding of creation,
of the unity, the singularity, the singular presence, so to speak, that generates creation, and then the organization of mnemonics, that mnemonic devices, fire, water, and the idea of agni and fire. That comprehension of creation in those spiritual texts. And on top of that, there's the way in which customs and traditions reflect the upper and the lower, so that you have the spiritual ideas, and then you have lower ideas related to the body, such as food sanctity, growing of the beard, etc. Certain ideas about so that this world is to the spiritual world. So you get ideas of Maya and illusion, relativizing the body and its needs in relation to spiritual growth. And so there is certainly this profound connection there, and obviously India is known for its spirituality and its Vedanta feeds into what became yogaism or yoga philosophy. And so it's very confusing to sort out what this is, but if you look up Hebrew man, even one that lives in Brahman, and
I'm gonna start it over because I should have had it on mute so it won't echo, because this is very important what he's saying. Thank you for letting me know, Azim.
Pure. They wouldn't requirements, and in his prophetic knowledge, he gave them certain books and not others, and so that when we look Jewish or which are now being proved as some food quality. So I just want to look a little bit here at Vedanta. If you look at history books, it's known that in India, in thousands of years ago, before the invasion of the Aryans, they didn't have a written history. And this aspect of a non-written or non-coded past is related to the Indian psychology and its relationship to time, as very different from the West. And prior to the writings being accomplished, when Abraham sent his sons of the concubines east, they brought an understanding of a non-dualistic spiritual world. Now, what this means is that in human psychology, there's a tendency to externalize, to project the manifold complexes and create a cosmology that contains a multitude. But it's possible to reach a psychological state where it's seen that there is a supraordinate function, sometimes referred to as the greater personality by Edward Edinger, fantastic second-generation Jungian analyst. And that greater personality is like a singularity. So you can think of a multitude of complexes and then a singularity that brings them together. And this singularity is sometimes referred to in Christian-centric thought or philosophical thought as the logos. And in Judaism, of course, it's the central premise is the superordinate factor of this one. And so in India, in the East, you'll find non-dualistic Vedanta. And then of course there's dualistic Vedanta as a competitor to this. It has very strong, archaic, very old codification to it. And published in books like the Upanishads. And the Upanishads have a very clear line to sort of what you would think of as of the unity, the singularity, the singular presence that generates that onic and earth, and the agony and fire and is or so that you so you get ideas of mind in spiritual goals. And so there is certainly this profound connection there, and obviously India is known for its spirituality and its Vedanta feeds into what became yogaism or yoga philosophy. And so it's very confusing to sort out what this is, but if you look up Hebrew priest, if you look up a Hebrew man, even one that lives in India, and then you put up a Brahmin, you'll see the connection. And Hebrew becomes Hindu. There's these etymological things. Regardless, you'll see the covering of the hair, you'll see the beard, and the practices, the understanding of the quality, especially when it comes to meat and meat consumption, vegetarianism and emphasis on the sanctity of food and the world in China as well. The ideas there were for intuitive people who looked for medicine healings and used to heal. But the movement of Avraham, who was this genius beyond genius and the earliest of real Hebrew prophets, the introduction of his codified books, books application of the psychology and the understanding author into the East really sets forth when you start looking at the sutras and the Upanishads. And when you get to the Bhagavad Gita, which is much later, you can see the multitude has won out over the unity, over a dualistic view. And is multitude, and and that war between more spiritual sides of the personality and more instinct.
Okay, guys, clearly this is a good video, which I let it that's why I let it play for so long. I'm gonna link the rest of it down below. And I know some of y'all may look at the video and be like, oh my goodness, why is she using a convert with his Jewish headset and she's an Israelite? Let me tell you guys something. According to the Bible, you cannot kick against converts. You're supposed to treat the stranger amongst you as if they were born through the same bloodline. And the truth be told, this man quoted the oral tradition. How many Israelites even touched the oral tradition or know anything about the oral tradition can say that the Jerusalem Talmud was created by us and that the Babylonian Talmud was created by us? But then this is where and when European converts began to come in and put their own stuff into the oral tradition. It's very important as a Black person, as a Hebrew person, as an African person, whatever you want to identify, to know about the oral tradition, because the oral tradition is literally what is not given in that 66 books. It's the midrash, or the teachings, so that we can begin to understand the 66 books and the books that we're taking out. So you guys remember when I was talking about the 360, and I'm going to touch in on everything in the chat, touching in some other things, but I do not want this 360 to slip my mind. So we're going to get into the 360, the sin creation story, and then get back into the duality and Elamites, because 360 is very important. So 360 BC is very important to remember, as I began to say, that the Israelites were under Greco-Roman, and this was pre-Julian calendar. And so I'm going to link all of this down below. I want to get into just a little gematria, just a little bit. Not going to take it too far. If you know, you know. Gematria is a practice by turning letters and words into numbers. I know in grammar school, they had me doing that. They had us doing that a lot. When they have us do those little puzzles, and they'll leave the blanks, and they'll have the numbers, and then it'll be blank, and you got to figure out what letter goes, or they have the letter and then a number. That's gematria. They were teaching us about the numbers, the building blocks, the molecular system. And numbers matter. So let's see the value of 360, since Plato wrote in 360 BC. I just want to see if this has any, like, you know, he was talking about Atlantis, and it's funny because in the movie Aquaman, they said that we had this power and this technology when all the rest of the world still believed the world was flat. And so after I look into this 360, we're going to look into see, how did the ancients describe the world? And this isn't me saying I'm a flat earther. This isn't me saying I'm a glober. I'm putting information out here. So let's see what 360 means in gematria. Soul, and I'm not going to do all of these because all of these don't correlate, but soul. Did you guys notice how he begins to talk about the oral tradition, and then I could talk about the 3-part soul In the oral tradition, I'll bring that up because I don't want to say the wrong name. And it's believed that the mankind has 3-part soul, but this is also a Socrates belief system, a Greco-Roman belief system. And so the soul of a person, and we remember that in the beginning it was what it say, dark is Lilith. According to the oral tradition, Adam had a first wife by the name of Lilith, or Lilith, however you want to pronounce it. And they stated that she was made at the same time as Adam. You guys remember that Hava or Eve was made after Adam. In the oral tradition, it began to say that Lilith was made at the same time as Adam. She did not want to submit to him, did not want to surrender to him, and she became evil and created her own babies with serpent nymphs. We're going to get into a lot of things. And that she's the one who comes in to give men dreams and procreate in the middle of the night. You know, these spirit wives that we hear about. We're going to talk about some stuff. Darkness, total voodoo. In the beginning, the earth was without form and void. The Garden of Eden, 360 is the Garden of Eden. Do I need to pull up some scriptures again? Because I did it in another video about the Garden of Eden and how they began to talk about that the Garden of Eden is the garden of the gods. And trees in Lebanon were described as seraph. And we know that seraph, S-E-R, that's P, is serpent, snake. And Raph, or Rephaim, Jehovah Rapha. What does that mean? You're my healer. So the healing serpent, we see this, or the flaming serpent, we see this being used by Abraham with the children of Israel. When Yod-Heh-Wav instructed him to take a bronze serpent and to set it up on a rod to heal the Israelites. This is serpent. And we also see that cherub. These deities, these maleks, these messengers were described looking all different type of ways. So no wonder when we see depictions amongst the Hindus, and we see that when the Greeks say that Atlas gave land allotments and people allotments to his sons and daughters, we see that it said the same thing in Egypt. And we're going to touch in on see what it say in Sumer as well as the Bible, because this is the Sabbath and we come to learn on the Sabbath. 360, the Garden of Eden. And so you guys, as we delve deeper into this, I want you to open up your finite thinking and to realize that science and medicine and education and knowledge begins to come from the Most High. But also remember that there were some who fell away from him and began to endow people with wisdom and knowledge and understanding that we did not need. So the gardens of the gods were literally them creating. Just imagine this power or this Elohim that was given. I mean, Egypt said that it was Atum who gave the earth to Geb and Geb's mother. Atlas say that he gave the earth to a mother and to a son. And this mother and son was in the garden creating. This was the garden of the gods for creation, for DNA, for slicing, essential, humidifier. And what did they want to bring us back to? Utopia. And we know that back then, this air was not how this was. Trees were bigger, people were bigger, food was cleaner. They began to talk about it in one of the documentaries that I showed from Atlantis, about the creation of these fruits and the tradings and stuff. What does this also say? The angel of death. Did we not just talk about the destroyer? Conception, to conceive. But you know what I think is funny right here, Miami Dolphins. I think that's funny only because now we're talking about the marine kingdom and water deities. Do we not realize what they begin to do is line these teams up and this matrix up by numbers to reveal what is a dolphin? What is a dolphin? The book of Daniel. The book of Daniel actually was during Babylonian captivity when you have what they call Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, the 3 Hebrew boys in captivity. Then after the book of Daniel began to prophesy the future captivities that we were going to be in, and telling us to abide in Christ. This is just 360, but we're not done yet. We are not done yet, because it's one that's I am looking for that I know is on here. Oh my goodness. I know I told my kids about it. For 360. The heart dance. We know that Shiva is the destroyer, Lord of the dance. And here we go. Oh, well, red star is a representation of, I'm gonna show y'all what the red star is a representation of. Are y'all ready? Prediction, nonsense, the problem. What does this say? Globe deception. That's what it say right there. Rosario Dawson. Okay. You see that? It says globe deception. 360. Yes, sis, the dolphin is a marine animal. Y'all saw that, right? Y'all saw all of the words? I didn't make any of that up. 360, hastener, yarns, threads, to be sapless, wither, old, to rest, to fall asleep, old. Last year, ancient, sleeping, sleeper, to glow, burn, obstinate, imperturbable, overseer or guardian, the watchers, to drag, to pull, to draw, to continue, to prolong, possession, Amorite. Look, y'all. Don't that lead back to the Ubedian culture? Amarite. Y'all see that, right? These are the numbers. Then we have to remember 3 plus 6 equals what? If we drop the 0 according to numbers, 9. So let's see. Since we're talking, we're gonna get into divine counsel, but the significance of the divine 9. If you guys are enjoying the video, do me a favor, like it, comment, share it to your social media platforms. Do not hesitate to donate to the platform. I appreciate all of you. So, the Divine 9 is the national Pan, and Pan is a god. Hellenic, which we know is Greek, and this is African American sorority or fraternities on the campus of Howard. And the laws of incorporation was in the state of Illinois. I'm telling y'all, Chicago is the Divine 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want you guys to know that Inanna, as Moray Zion Lex was talking about in the Ubed culture, she's represented by 8 rosette. And so the Divine 9, the founding members were the Alpha Kappa, Alpha Psi, Omega Psi Phi, Delta Sigma Theta, and Zeta Phi Beta. These are Greek fraternities and sororities, Bloomingdale, Indiana. So this is their Divine 9, right? These fraternities and these sororities. Fun, cute. Let's pledge. Let's go to college and get known. Oh, let's look into this. The crossing the burning sands. I told y'all we were going to get into some things today. O is cipher. In the 5% knowledge, 9 is divine. Oh, are you talking about the 5%, sis? And I'm sorry if I don't see comments right away because I'm on split screen. Are you talking about the 5%ers of New York? 0 is cipher. Teach me something. Cipher as in to take energy from someone. What do you mean by cipher? And so the neophyte or student's ultimate aim in Kemet was for a person to become one with God or to become like God. You see, they use Bible scriptures in the burning sands, which is how they get people to cross over. There was no Egypt before the Black King, from whose name it was indirectly derived. Before the country, it was called Shem or Shem. This is true. Another name indicating its black inhabitants. Ham does mean black. It means many, and not the color of the soil, as some writers have needlessly strained themselves in asserting. Please remind me to talk about the difference between the red and the black soil because it was brought up in one of these videos earlier. Okay, so Machiavelli. Who was Machiavelli? Let me read this first. Everyone wants to belong to something. This is what Chancellor William says. It is human nature to join and be part of a larger movement. The fraternity and sorority system is no different than the Masons and Eastern Stars. One must investigate the origins of party, club, lounges, sorority, fraternity, and secret societies you have joined and swore to uphold. So let's continue. Niccolo Machiavelli. History is necessary to the prince of such that it allows him to most effectively rule his people. So when history is not read into, because clearly nothing is hidden. Well, I'm not going to say nothing is hidden. Something is cipher you need to repeat. So when someone takes something to you, they repeat what it is that you do in order to cipher and to harness your energy. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so when we begin to see Niccolo Machiavelli, who is the founder of political science, I'm gonna pause right there. Who called himself Machiavelli? Who do a lot of Black people uphold as like somebody that's real and speak out against the power that be? But this is the founder of political science, which defines even today the relationship of authority to history. In other words, lie about history if it benefits your rulership, and subvert history if it serves the purpose of the prince. Who is the prince of the air? When a word got released, thank you, sis. Yep. When the word got released in the Bible, what it say? The angels told him, I was trying to release your words, but I got held up by the prince of Persia. We have to realize that these deities, these powers, are strong rulers over their people. So when people come in to subjugate us, they are not just coming in with themselves, they are coming in with their deities. I'm going to get into some scriptures. It talks about when you set up a wicked ruler, Satan is sitting at his right side, an adversary. The king of the Israelites, because we were not supposed to have live kings, because that was something that was the other nations did. Our king was Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. El was our father sitting up in the heavens, and an extension of himself reached down. But Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh and his counterpart, the feminine essence of Chokmah, was not enough. So we turned to Baal of the Canaanites and to Ashtoreth, and we replaced our mother goddess with prostitution, with poles, with asterisks, with groves, with Christmas trees, phallic symbols, and we worship a mother goddess, but not the one of wisdom. 20th century say that the first Black Greek fraternities and sororities were created in America. So today there are 9 fraternities and sororities that make up this order and called the Divine Nine. This was the stolen legacy of the Greeks who usurped African culture, which I vehemently have already proven. And so Sigma Phi fraternity was also known as the Boule. This is what's the founder of the Boule. And it was founded in May of 1904 by W.E. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey. I'm not going to get into like all of this because that's something that's separate. I'm going to do all of that. I just want to lay some things out though. It's very important to know. So one of the 9 was Hugh. It's a Sphinx woman. Another one, that's the Greek Sphinx that we see. LeBron James has that tattoo on his. We have Khufu. The original African name of this Sphinx is Her-Im Hakhet, which was Heru of the horizon, possibly the face of the builder of Khufu. To strangle, to guard, another watcher, gatekeeper, protect. And so I'm going to link this below, you guys. Let me... Okay, the Enad. 9 gods worship at Heliopolis was formed from the tribal union myth. Remember, tribal union was the three, the Trinity, and we saw that in Hinduism. We see that we're going to show it in Christianity. We're going to show it in Egyptology. We showed it a little bit. And this came out of the Osiris myth, Atum, which we talked about, Shu, Tefnut, Geb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Nephis, and Set. These are the gods that I talked about earlier, which gives you your divine eye. So I'm going to link this down below. Oh, wait a minute, y'all. I just saw something. Okay. So I literally just saw something. The term Anad literally means 9. This is the English name borrowing from Latin and Greek, meaning 9. What more do we need to say? This was known as under the Greeks and the Romans. In French, boule means burn, right? That's why the U.S. has a lot of Norse mythology around it to this day. Yes, I did a video, sis. Oh, I like you. You are smart. My daughter told me, I was telling her a few of your comments, and I'm not big. I don't have anything. She was like, you need to write down her screen name. You need to write down her screen name. She could be a moderator. Y'all could do some collaborations or something together. I love that. Yes, in French, boule means burn. We have to realize that majority of us over here are Sephardic, and partial native to this land. We came over here from France, from Dutch, from Britain, and from England, because that's where the northern Jews, the northern kingdom was at after Assyrian captivity. Some of them did go down into Africa, but these are the Israelites that Paul was writing to. And so when they call somebody like me, even though I'm so down to earth, bougie or bourgeois, this is French in origin, and this literally means the upper middle class. And the French were well known to be the Creoles, which we see today in the Mississippi Bayou, Louisiana Bayou, Missouri Bayou. And it's a difference between the French Creole, which Beyonce would be partial, versus the French Acadian, which are Cajuns, and they were in Nova Scotia over in Canada, and then they came down into Louisiana. And so that's how you have those 2 separate cultures in Louisiana and in Mississippi. But we also need to know that there are more French customs among the Igbo as well, because the Igbo identify themselves as Creole. And Creole is definitely a language, and I think CRE or COE means free in French. And another one, no, I think Earl means free, and Creole means slave. And so it was a distinguishment between the upperclassmen and the lowerclassmen of us. And then remember, in the French Revolution, it took place after the Spanish Inquisition. So in the French Revolution, a lot of us came down here into the West Indies, and that's into the West Indies, and that's where you get your skull and your bones. Your Masons who came down into the Caribbeans. And so when you get your Pirates of the Caribbeans, these were literally French Jews and Moors who were sailing over from France, fleeing French Revolution. And then you have Napoleon Bonaparte came over here to continue to subjugate those people. But they also knew that the Hebrew Native Americans was over here, as well as some Sephardic Jews amongst us. Moors were amongst Israelites. Moors are Ishmaelites and Edomites. And at times they were also called Israelites, Moors, but Sephardic Jews are Israelites, and Israelites was amongst Moors. So all of us always remember in the beginning when I said Hebrew. So even if they said Moors, they were still talking about Israelites as well as Moors. They're talking about Ishmaelites, Edomites, and Israelites. And it's important to know that when Sicilians who know that they are Sephardic Jews, and some of them have some Hamitic among them, when they would call us Mule, like you see in Do the Right Thing, there was frictions between the Italians and the blacks, but I don't even know if them Italians was representative of Sicilians, because Sicilians are treated like garbage amongst Italians, because they tell them, I'm gonna find that video. But let's continue with, I want to click on this, y'all, because this is Marvel fandom, and I didn't click on this. And so, oh, look. It talks about it in Marvelverse. And it talks about how at first in the universe, there was nothing real of nothingness. See? It talks in Marvel about Thoth. And that's very important to know who Thoth is, according to hermeneutics, hermeticisms, so that we can know, get all of this from. He was the son of Gia, which was a little earlier, and he was the one that was given all of this knowledge. So it is said. And I'll come back later and make it about Thoth. And when I mean later, I don't mean tonight. But let's get into, I'm a Sumerian creation story, so I don't have to read as much. I'm sure you guys prefer to watch the videos than to hear my raspy voice. So in this creation story, Sumerian creation story, let's remember the differences between the son that stayed with the mother and the son that went into the heavens. Remember that they also, and I'm not going to play this entire video. I wish I could. It's a shorter one, so I'm going to play the short one, but I'm going to link the long one because y'all need to know what they talking about. And I may play this. I think I'm play 2 videos because y'all need to know. Y'all need to know. So I'm going to play these 2 videos. One is 2 minutes and 45 seconds. and then the other one is a little longer, but it's important. I remember that they gave the lands names. Oh, you rather hear me? Yes, it's the Egyptian gods. Yeah, Mu means mix. Thank you. Mu. And so that's what I was saying. So when they would say Mul or Mule, they would be calling us Moors. But all of us wasn't Moors. And I love you so much for your intelligence. And so as I was saying, Arab, that means mix. And the Arabs come from Ishmael from, well, first of all, let's back up. The original Arabs came from Jokatan, who is from Shem. Those are the oldest Arabs. And then you have some Arabs from Cush, the Sabines, from Ham. But then you have another tribe of Arabs from the Ishmaelites from out of Hagar. You have your Hagarines, you have your Nabateans. But it's also very important to know that Edom made some Arabic tribes as well. So when you have people calling themselves Moors, these are Hebrews. And a lot of us are mixed up with Arabic blood, with Israelite blood, and with native blood. And some of us have some Canaanite markers amongst us. So we be black, and more black, and more black. I am going to play this short video and then come back to break it down. Thank you for letting me know that you would prefer to hear me. And I'm going to hit on that hive mind. I'm going to hit on the representation of the bees and the hive. Tie that into French, Creole, Haitian. Tie all of that into the Dohami, into Benin, into Banu, which will go back into the Ankh and ancient Sumeria, and who we are as a people. Thank you guys so much for following along. So this is the creation myth of ancient Sumer.
She gave birth to Anki, the universe. At first they were heaven and earth in one, a vast mountain of soil and sky mixed together. Anki produced Enlil, the air. Enlil separated his parents into An, the sky, and Ki, the mother earth. He pulled his mother down to form solid ground and pushed his father up to form the heavens. He then created the moon god Nana, who created the sun god Utu. Enlil and Ki, air and earth, joined to produce Enki, the god of water, vegetation, and wisdom, and the lord of the universe. Enki gathered together part of the primordial sea and squeezed it into the rivers Tigris and Euphrates. He caused there to be cattle on the earth and fish in the rivers. He built marshland around the rivers and made the soil rich and fertile. Meanwhile, in heaven, the gods were having a large drunken banquet. They decided to create humans. The first race was made of clay and weak in body and mind. At the time, everyone was too drunk to see how poorly they were made. The humans descended to live on Enki's earth. Before long, it became clear that this race had too many problems to survive and be a credit to the gods who created them. The gods decided to destroy them all in a great flood. Only 2 people were worthy enough to survive, a man named Ziusudra and his wife. Enki came to them with instructions. They were to build a wooden ark and hide there until the floodwaters subsided. The gods redirected the Tigris and Euphrates and caused a violent flood, washing all the humans to their deaths. The storms raged day and night until there was no dry land. Ziusudra and his wife were safe in their wooden ark. They wept at the loss of mankind. Finally, the rivers shrank back and around and re-emerged. Ziusudra and his wife began a new generation of men and women and set up their villages on the shores of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers.
of the During archaeological excavations in 1849 in Iraq, 14 clay tablets with Sumerian writings were found. The translation of the text revealed the most fantastic stories of all time, the story of the Anunnaki gods. According to the Sumerian manuscripts, there is a planet at the ends of the solar system called the close. In Hebrew. And without other by wild animals such as mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, and some apes. There was a splendorous garden full of fruit trees and animals. The garden created by the Anunnaki was in the first place of the astronaut gods. Shortly after, gold extraction began in underground mines. To do the heavy tasks, they brought with them slaves, the Igigi. After years of forced labor and humiliation, the Igigi rebelled against the Anunnaki, giving rise to the first war on Earth. The Igigi were defeated, the Anunnaki needed new workers. The solution was to create a new race of intelligent beings, able to work, but more harmless than the Anunnaki combined their genes with the ancestors of human beings, creating a higher race. Their being strong and self-control. The first man to emerge from this successful genetic combination was named Adamu. Compared to human beings, the Anunnaki were incredibly tall and strong, and their weapons would be more than enough to control another possible rebellion. And learn from the Anunnaki to take care of plantations and build houses made of clay and stone. The Anunnaki came to like human beings. They even allowed them to live in their city and attend a sacred garden, but gave explicit orders not to reproduce too much. Against the will of the gods, human beings began to procreate quickly, which caused overpopulation in the city. Many people were expelled from Eden and Eridu and condemned to live in wetlands. The planet approached the Earth again. Nibiru's gravitational field was so strong that it adversely affected the Earth's natural conditions. There was an increase in the temperature of the planet, and rapidly raising the level of the oceans and causing constant rain. A great flood ravaged the Earth, and the city of Eridu was doomed to submerge. To save their creation, the Anunnaki created large boats that floated for days to normal water level. In this part, it is not clear whether the boats floated on the water or whether the boats were ships hovering in the sky. After their city was destroyed, the Anunnaki decided to return to Nibiru. But before they left, they gave human beings knowledge of architecture, mathematics, music, and writing. They also taught them how to establish a monarchy system, where some leaders kept their bloodline inherited for the Anunnaki pure with others. These were the Sumerian texts do not determine how many Anunnaki there are, but they quote some as the main ones. The most powerful deity in Sumerian mythology was An, or Anu, according to Akkadian calligraphy. Anu was the personification of heaven and possessed infinite wisdom. He was the oldest and most venerable of the sanctuaries of Sumerian cities. He represented the earth and Anu's wife. The union between Anu and Ki gave birth to Anunnaki, a word that can be translated as children of heaven and earth. The first Anunnaki was Enlil, lord of the air, winds, storms, and responsible for keeping heaven and earth at a safe distance. Enki was the mighty god of the oceans and rivers, the patron of the city of Eridu. Later, his cult reached other peoples such as the Canaanites, Hittites, and Horites. The moon also had a ruler, Nana, worshipped as a god of wisdom and emitting a brilliance capable of illuminating the world. The god of fertility, war. One of the most Akkadians, Babylonians, the Anunnaki, written by the Sumerians, is full of scientific and astronomical the time they were one of the great.
So that was a lot. Quick run through. So when I jump into this, it's understood. So as you guys see, it said that Anu, his mother was Namu. Let's talk about that. Namu, Nammu. His mother was Namu. So just like the Egyptians believe, the world came from primordial waters, which would represent, in Japan, there's Saru, China, Enki. I'm about to make that Japanese and the Chinese connection just for you, because you, Shabbat Shalom to you, beautiful. Like I love the interaction, and I appreciate it. So Anu, which would be the god of the heaven, and Ki, as we see, which is where, hey, Celsius Delroy Gaming, I am live talking about the world before the world. I am talking about Atlantis, Aquaman. I'm about to, I delved into a lot of things, delved into Plato's The Eye of the Saharan, a lot. I delved into a lot of Hebraic culture, tying in the links between the Hindus who are Hebraic in origin, whether they came from Abraham and Sarah or they came from Abraham and Keturah, who began to progenerate the Arabs. I went into how Plato's and how Greek and Rome actually got all of their knowledge out of Egypt because they were birthed out of the Phoenician Canaanites. I went into proving that they are the sea people, and that I went into making the differences between the Semitic Hyksos who ruled over Egypt, and while the Hebrew or the Hebrew Hebrews were there in Egypt. I went into the Trinity of the Hindu gods, the trinity of the Egyptian gods. Now I'm about to get into the trinity of the Sumerian gods. I went into the worship of the phallic symbol through, even though I didn't pull it up, but through the Christmas tree being representative by Nimrod. But it's also important to know that that's a representation of Ashtoreth that they just showed. And Ashtoreth before that name would have been Inanna, or the Queen of Heaven, who would have been representative by the moon. And we're about to get into that. So thank you for joining us. And I hope that you come along on this journey. I'm basically talking about the Marine Kingdom and using some of these graphic novel books and movies, because I like graphic novels. I didn't tell y'all today, but some of y'all know my daddy is Batman, okay? Gotham is here in Chicago. That's a real family. I like graphic novels. So when me and my children, I do not take things away from my children. My children watch things, and my son is actually going to make some videos really soon breaking down some anime. He told me, Mommy, I study Greek mythology. I said, oh, do you really? So some things that I have even learned have been from my children. By my daughter being older now, have to learn on things so that she can know, oh, I went into Atlas, and I'm going to Atlas a little more, went into the Burning Sands, about how the Divine Nine is not only Egyptian in origin, but we're going to get into who is the mother goddess of the seven in ancient Sumer. So, yes, so we know that Ki would have been Gia or Gia, Mother Earth, and that in that creation, what did they say? That the heavens and the earth, let's get into the book of Genesis, you guys, since we already went into the different creations from the Greeks and from the Romans and from the Egyptians and the Sumerians. Let's see how we can line this up with Bible, so that when people say that the Bible took things from the Sumerians, hey guys, guess what? The Bible written from a Sumerian standpoint, because Abram was from Ur of the Chaldean. So they were literally handing down their oral history, writing it down, their migrations, their immigrations, their natural disasters, which we know are wielded by the gods or technology that come from the gods. We see that today. We see that today. So you guys remember that the earth had a name. Go ahead, baby. Walk by. I am live, but it's okay. That's your house too. That the earth had a name, the seas had a name, the skies had a name. Everything had their own name. Everything had their own name. Okay, so I'm about to Genesis 1. So it's very important to read this with open mind, to read this in the way that we've been doing this, by showing all of these movies and things and realizing that this not even Noah's flood. We haven't even fully got Ki, K-I, literally. Oh, you guys, so in the beginning when I was showing the Ankh, and we know that's spelled A-N-K-H. Did you guys notice that the father god of the sky was named Anu, and in some it's An or An, and the mother goddess name was Ki, K-I, Ankh, Ki, Ankh, Anu, Naki, and which one of their sons' name had the perfect name to their? Oh, y'all see that? Even when I do my fingers like that, it look like a trident. What son name led back to that? Enki. Who is the Lord of the world right now? Who has the world been given over to right now? So this is showing that the Canaanites, who were cursed because of whatever they did, Ham did, that they built out these races of people. And I'm gonna make that Japan and that Chinese connection according to sis in the comments, AZN765, to bring in, to show the Hamitic and the Semitic roots of those two people groups as well. Genesis 1, in the beginning, Elohim created the heavens and the earth. So God created Anu and Ki. This is not what I'm saying. I'm just lining this up to the Sumerian creation story. Okay? Without form, and the earth, Ki or Gia, was without form and void. What did they begin to say? That at first, what was the name? Was it Nu in Egypt? That it represented darkness, waters. So just imagine, there was no form, there was no void, there was no God. Well, they began to take and say Atlas because they got their stories from the Egyptians, and we proved that the Egyptians got their things from the Sumerians, and we have proved that the Sumerians, we've done a lot of proving. We've been on here for 3 hours and 24 minutes. I don't even like to talk, y'all. This is how you know I love the Bible and I love history. Love history. And it's the Sabbath. And this is what we are commanded to do. So what did it begin to say? That there was nothing. Who was their God? Atlas holding up the world. So the world was without form and void. And the only other time that Tohu Vohu, and I'm going to bring that up, was mentioned in the Bible, is in the book of Isaiah. And when you begin to read the Bible, you should be able to take these epithets in the Bible and begin to link them to different stories and make correlations. And it said the face was over the deep. The deep has a name. Let me pull up the name of the deep so that I can line up these names while I'm reading, and you guys can look into the names of these guys because we're learning together. Abzu, A-B-Z-U, or Apsu, A-P-S-U. That is literally the name for the fresh waters underground, aquifers. And it was a religious fertilizing quality in Sumerian and Akkadian. The Akkadians, Akkad, came out of, well, some say Nimrod, some say one of Eber's relatives. And so Zu is a full measuring cup in cuneiform, and it means knowledge, scholar, wisdom. Who was there in the beginning? Wisdom was personified as a pictogram of AB, or Ab is a house, or a thatched hut, meaning father, house. It also means all-knowing father. And is a square basin within a star, a square basin with a star in the middle. I'm reading on Wikipedia, you guys. And for people who don't know, because some people are like, oh, you can't read Wikipedia. Wikipedia has sources. As an author, as someone that's gone to college. I can't wait to start back. Wikipedia has sources. You can use Wikipedia. Wikipedia pulls from books and things of that nature. So in the city of Eridu, because remember what they say? They said that the gods lived here first. That the gods came to earth because whatever was going on in Nibiru, that's what they say. They had to come to earth to irrigate, and they were looking for gold. Did we not see that the Ashanti kingdom that was originally in Beni and Benu, where the Triton was, follow me, you guys, that they have a lot of gold. The gold mining, California gold rush. What was happening over here in the Grand Canyons? See, that's a totally different thing because we haven't even gotten into. And I know I'm going to have to come back for another part because there are things that I'm not going to. Well, I don't know. We'll see. And it also begins to talk about the certain tanks of holy water. Holy water. Typical in religious washing, these tanks were similar to Judaism mikvot. This was the purpose of ritual immersion. You guys, this is why it's very important. After you do the grown folk, you are considered ritualistically unclean because things like blood and sperm, we stink to the gods. So you have to immerse yourself and set yourself aside when you do your humanistic duties. This is why when the gods came down to mix and mingle amongst humankind, it was considered unclean and abomination. We were supposed to be set aside, which is why in the book of Genesis, in the 3rd chapter, they didn't know they were naked. They did not realize this until their pineal gland was open. This is something that needs to be known, needs to be talked about. Pineal gland, that's nothing to even spook out about. It's literally the 3rd brain. It's an actual thing, y'all. It's right in the middle of your head. And when you eat a lot of fluoride, a lot of junk food, that's why Muslim wash and bathe how they do. Yes, ma'am. We not after the Sabbath yet, but just know that I sell herbal baths, herbal teas, yoni oils, yoni washes, yoni steams, everything. We are supposed to cleanse ourselves from the inside out. This is also why the Native Americans, because we just had Thanksgiving, and the Native Americans was practicing their green corn festival, which mimicked biblical Sukkot, first fruits, and Passover, because they're Hebrews as well. Some of them are Canaanites, some of them are Babylonians. That's that Hibiru factor again, you guys. So when the Sephardic Jews came over here and the Moors came over here, and we were told they were pilgrims, these were Sephardic Jews and Moors. I don't talk about what kind it is in the Bible, but when you begin to look into the oral tradition and you begin to do what I'm doing, for some comparison and analysis of extra biblical texts that have been taken out of the Bible, like if you look into the book of Adam and Eve and the book of Jasher, the book of Jubilees, and all of these different things, but then when you compare also to the Epic of Gilgamesh and the creation stories, then you begin to see that this is knowledge. And even if you just look into the 66 books and you begin to look into the allegories in the book of Isaiah, and it talks about how the trees of Lebanon, and even where Yeshua Bar Yosef was talking in the New Testament, and he began to heal the blind man using whatever it is that he was using. And he said that I see men as trees. The Bible defines itself. So in that garden, there were gods, there were deities, and there was some type of knowledge that was given. And I'm going to show you guys about this. I'm going to show you guys. I just want to give you guys the names. So Abzu was, what did we say Abzu was? It was the deep waters. So let's see what kids he had. So Lamu, Lahamu. She was one of the ancestors of Anu. She is the firstborn daughter of Tiamat. It's very important to know who Tiamat is, you guys. Tiamat. We're going to find a scripture on Tiamat. Give me 1 second. We're going to do a scripture. And her brother is Lamu. And Lamu is Semitic in origins. That's what it say. And that was her brother. So Tiamat and Apsu. So Tiamat is representative of a primordial goddess of the sea. And she is the symbol of chaos. So this is total chaos and total destruction. She was described as the glistening one. What is a shining seraph, you guys? Or a fiery seraph? We're going to... Okay, so her and Apsu came together. And then her brother Lamu. And she is also the mother of Anshar, whose names mean whole earth. And Kishar, whose name means, she can be seen. Let me click on this one because it's not opening up. So Kishar is the daughter of Lamu and she is the female principal and the sister of, she may represent the earth as a counterpart, but her sister represents the whole earth. So Genesis 1, you guys see how that all of that would end up lining up. Anu, Epsu, Liamat, is Creole is love. Really? Sis, where are you from? How do you know so much about Creole? Where are you from? Who are your people? I want to know. And then it began to say, let there be light, and there was light. We know about all of this. But then it began to talk about the separation. of the waters from the waters. And you guys see the capitalization of heaven? That's capitalized. That's capitalized. Earth is capitalized. And it begins to talk about in the video previously that in the garden of these gods, that they were creating fruits and grains and all of this. So just keep that in mind. Now, when it comes to who the Elamites are, so we could go back into tying in. I knew you were Haitian. I knew it. 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 I didn't want to assume, but I knew it. Are you straight from Haiti? Your parents from Haiti? Are you still there? I don't want to pry too much. We are talking publicly. But I knew it. You know, I knew it. So you know that's why you know so much about this. So when I get into the homie and break down some more stuff, you could be teaching me right now. So when we look into the knowledge of the Elamite history remains, we will see, as I said, this leads back to the Ubat period. This is scholarship, y'all. This is scholarship, okay? Leads back to Mesopotamian, Sumer, Acadia, Assyrian, Babylon, history of the Elamites. And so this leads back to the Tigris and the Euphrates, which we know that you are called a Hebrew because you cross from one place to another. And the Hebrews crossed over the Euphrates. What do we see right here? The bull. Bull symbolism. Oh, do you guys see this? I'm going to have to link this down below. They have a cross symbol. They have this hook, this spear. When you guys, I'm gonna have to look up these swords. I don't know if you guys can really see this. You guys see this right here, the hook. Over in Saudi Arabia, over where the Yemen Jews are. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Ethiopian Jews. There we go. The Ethiopian Jews. I was watching a video. Let me see if I found it. I was watching a video on the Ethiopian Jews, and they sent the man who was doing the video to Yemen. And this is because there is a relationship between the Yemenites and the Jews and the Ethiopian Jews and the Yemenite Jews. And that's because they have the same autonomous ancestor between whether it's Abraham and Sarah, Abraham and Keturah, or leading to the Solomon dynasty. And they have, I'm not going to sit on here and hunt for that, but they have, you guys, swords that look just like this with the hooks. And at the top of the hook, you can begin to tell what tribe they are from, because we were always a tribal people. And also remember when they began to talk about in the video, they talked about elephants. And you see it's an elephant right here. I don't know if you guys can see it really good, but it's an elephant right here. And then as I already pointed out, the cross. These crosses. And so remember, we also said that the Punic people were Hebraic in origins. So let's look at the Punics. And we know that these are Hebrews. And they fought against Roman Carthage. It's very important to know that Carthagena was black. They were ruled by a man by the name of Hannibal Lecter. And Hannibal, I can't remember his father's name, but I was watching a documentary that I may just find because part of it was like, whoa. Hannibal Lecter's father took him in and made him make a vow. And Hannibal went to war against Rome with the barbarians, but his father had him take the vow. And I think I found it. So bear with me as I skip through the video. I'm going to read this to you guys first so you can know what's watching in the video, so that you guys can see what was taking place. The first Punic Wars broke out in Sicily. And you have to remember that the two people holding the blades. And so before I play the video and after I explain this, I'm going to do the duality and the hive minds and the bees so I won't forget. Thank you for triggering that. And so when we begin to look into the Punic Wars in Carthage, Hannibal Collector began to get the barbarians, which the Apostle Paul was writing to. Barbarians are real people. They were pagans. And he got them to help fight against the Romans, but then the Romans ended up defeating them, the Carthaginians, after 15 years, I believe. We have to remember in Sicily, there was a lot of Jews. You have to remember that it's a northern kingdom. Israelites are not Negro only. They are Negro in origin, but the looks of us began to change when we went into the northern kingdom and we began to mix and mingle. So the Sephardic Jews still are located today in Sicily as well. And so this war began to take place in North Africa. And Hannibal actually began to go to war. That's what I'll just type in so that you guys can see the elephants. Elephants. And how the elephant was used. And how the elephant was venerated. I look at elephant as ancient dinosaurs. I love elephants. And so they were using the Carthaginian African thing to mount up on elephants. And the I don't want to go through all this. Y'all, I'm gonna have to link this down below. I'm gonna go because we're not about to do. The Carthaginians used elephants. Elephants were a key part of Carthaginian forces throughout the Punic Wars. Most of the elephants were used by Carthaginians were Loxodonta cyclotis, sometimes called African forest elephants, and were slightly smaller than African elephants and inhabited the savannah today. And so elephants were also used on Carthage and the Indian elephant. Did you guys know that Native Americans did not start being called Indians until something in particular happened that we're going to talk about? French to me. This is French. So this is clearly some type of etiquette. Let's begin to talk about the Carthage and the Indian elephant in the Punic Wars. Looks like this is a book I need to get. They used at least one Indian elephant in the Punic Wars, even though the generally recognized the African forest elephant. This is interesting information. But not about what the Carthaginians did. It's also important to make some markers amongst being able to identify Phoenician and Canaanite seafaring people of, we'll see. We all practice sacrifices, and we have to be honest and know that the Israelites definitely practiced blood sacrifices at some point. But a lot of these markers were Canaanite markers when it comes to a lot of these practices, and that is what we need to be aware of. So how did duality get in amongst the Israelites antique class? What was that happened to them? It's like two people holding blades. Yes, that's the duality. What was that happened to who exactly, so that I can try to answer? And if I don't know, then I will not even try. So it is important to know that was not an ancient Israelite teaching. And you see how I began to talk about that Elam came out of the Elamites, that Persians came out of Elam, who according to the Bible is Semitic. So let's look into Zoroastrianism. And so Zoroastrianism is an Iranian religion. It's oldest and it's based in the prophet Zoroaster, and it's a dualistic cosmology of good and evil. And this is when a lot of the concepts among the Israelites began to change. And this is because we were under Persian captivity, you guys. We went under Assyrian, Babylonian, and Persian captivity. And so this is where you see dualistic cosmology of good and evil. That's why in the book of Isaiah, which happened after this captivity, began to say that I created good and evil. I am the Lord. This was Zoroastrianism. And it began to talk about monotheism. We were never monotheistic. We were henotheistic. On the Hindu-theistics. And henotheistic means that we worship Yod-Heh-Wav-Eh while we acknowledge the existence of other deities and other powers. To become monotheistic raped us and ruined us of who we are as a people. And this is why Christians are so blinded in telling people that witchcraft doesn't exist. These other deities and these other powers don't exist, and you only got to believe in them for it to work. No. Monotheism was given to us. It was given to us. I'm not promoting polytheistic. That's totally different. So monotheism exalts an uncreated and a benevolent deity of wisdom known as Ahu Maza, meaning Lord of Wisdom, and is a supreme deity. They have a messianic belief system as well. They believe in free will and judgment after death. The concept of heaven, hell, angels, and demons. You have to begin to ask yourself, was heaven and hell an original concept for the Sumerians? What was their afterlife? How does the Bible really teach hell? Hell literally means the grave or Sheol. It's a resting place. You know that eternal damnation and that torment that we talked about in the book of Revelation. It says that that's the judgment for the false prophet. The fallen angels have a judgment. If you have done wrong, biblically, it says that your soul will cease to exist after that. We have to begin to take away what we have been giving. Demos. Let's go into. It's very important to know that a daimon is a malevolent supernatural entity. Historically, belief in demons or stories about demons occurs in religion, occultism, literature. So we see the hand up, hand down, hand up, hand down. We see that. As above, so below. Whatever I bind in heaven, I bind in earth. This is seen in ancient Near East religion and Abrahamic religions, including early Judaism. And ancient medieval Christian demonology. This is after some stuff began to happen. A demon is considered a harmful spiritual entity which may cause demonic possession, calling for an exorcism, in which they use that cross. Yep. Large portion of Jewish demonology, a key influence on Christianity and Islam, originated from a latter form of Zoroastrianism. What did I say? And was transferred to Judaism during the Persian era. Line up on line, precept on precept. Note that demons may or may not also be considered to be devils, minions of the devils. In many traditions, demons are independent operators with different demons causing different type of evils. You have the devil, Satan. But the original ancient Greek word daimon did not carry negative connotations as it denotes a spirit or divine power. The Greek conception of daimon notably appears in the philosophy works of Plato, where it describes the divine inspirations of Socrates. Socrates was divinely inspired by daimons. In Christianity's moral aberrant daemons were replaced by demons, force of evil only surviving for corruption. Such demons are not the Greek intermediary spirits, but hostile entities known in Iranian beliefs, in Western occultism, and Renaissance magic. What was happening in the Renaissance? Neoplatism, humanism, 15th and 16th century. This is after you begin to see the Ashkenazim take over, not the original Ashkenazim, not the black Afro-Asiatic black man and black woman, and the Sephardic Jew who was truly being killed and exterminated in Germany during the sacrifice. We're talking about, yes, it's the new culture, the Ashkenazi Jew, the convert who began to take over in the 15th and 16th century and change time and season just as their progenitors. We have to begin to realize that Yeshua Bar Yosef was not the only black man that was whitewashed in history. Have to realize it, which grew out of an amalgamation of Greco-Roman magic. A demon is believed to be a spiritual entity that may be conjured and controlled. You don't say. Belief in demons remains an important part of modern religions and occultism. Demons are largely feared, largely due to their alleged power of possessing living creatures in the contemporary Western occultism traditionally, perhaps eponymized by the work of Aleister Crowley. Ooh, y'all see his position as well? That's a Masonic position. He was an English occultist, ceremonial magician, poet, painter, novelist, and founder. He identified himself as a prophet entrusted with guiding humanity into the Aeon of Horus, into the I, or the Eon, the I, the age of enlightenment, of utopia, of peace. Demon such as Chronozone, which is a demon that originated in writing in the 16th century among the occult, was known as the demon of the abyss. Is a youthful metaphor for certain inner psychological processes. Inner demon. Guys, there's a lot of information out here. It talks about the Greeks do not have connotation of evil or malevolence, or Durmanion, which literally translated of good-spirited means happiness. Whoa! So this is what they mean when they say cursed words, with the English language are cursed words, because this means happiness. By the early centuries, the Roman Empire cult statues were seen by pagans. All of these statues, y'all. All of these statues when we walk around. So when we began to look, a traditional shift of opinion, they turned these pagan daemons into malevolent demons. The trope of Satan. Far into the Byzantine period, and we need to remember during the Byzantine Middle Ages, when the Moors, the Israelites, the Moors were ruling. And you got to remember, the Moors were definitely in rule. The Caliphate ended up getting kicked out in 1492. The Ottoman began to split. The Moors, as well as, and the Moors began to be called Morenos. And this is why Hispanics or Sephardic Jews refers to as Morenos. Means black. Negro. Negra. Now, do we look into the etymology of words? And this is why when you get down into the culture of the bayous and of all of these things, you'll see who the originator was of a lot of this esoteric knowledge. And so the term first had its negative connotations in the Septuagint, which is a Greek rendition of the Hebrew Bible. which drew the mythology of ancient Semitic religions. This was then inherited by the Koine text of the New Testament, which was written in Greek as well. Ancient Egypt. Both deities and demons can be intermediaries to deliver messages to humans. They share some resemblance to the Greek daimonin, the exact definition of demon. In ancient Egypt, demons can be divided into two classes, guardians and wanderers. The watchers, they left their charge. The watchers were supposed to be sent down here to watch over humankind. Have you guys seen the scripture on the 7 spirits? The 7 eyes, the 7 candlesticks. Do we need to pull up the book of Job when it talks about the Pleiades, the 7 sisters, the nymphs? Do we need to go into the scripture when it talks about the fish deity of Dagon? Do we need to do that? Do we need to pull up the scripture when it begins to talk about Leviathan, the sea scripture, or how Tiamat was representative of Rahab in the scripture, and it says that she was cut and defeated and the firmament was made out of her body? The ancient Sumerians taught the same thing, y'all. And so this again mentioned the hells of Horus during the Ptolemaic and Roman period. And we got to remember, you guys see the dates. This is when they were ruling over Egypt, over Israel. The wanderers are associated with possession, mental illness, death, and plagues. This is what's taught in the oral tradition. This is what's taught in Egypt. This is what's taught in Africa. This is what's taught. This is why the old church, and this isn't me being completely anti-medicine, not completely, but mostly in a lot of things, when it's used to, because you have to know that things that come with side effects, anything that causes an affect or an effect of depression, suicide, gluttony, are these not the spirits that we're supposed to stay away from? So if these medicines, these famrika, which literally means sorcery, are coming in to inhabit our bodies, and it's opening us up, because medication, pills, drugs is a door and a gateway to the spirit realm for opening. And so a lot of the ancients did teach that if you were mentally ill, if you were consistently plagued, that it was witchcraft. What they say, you got bad juju, you need to go to a high priestess or something to get to see what's going on. Like, that's what they taught and believed. What the Bible says, these things don't come out but by fasting and by praying. The ancient Mesopotamians believed that the underworld was home to many demons, which was sometimes referred to as the offspring of Ara-Lil. These demons could sometimes leave the underworld and terrorize mortals on earth. You don't say. One class of demons that were believed to reside in the underworld was known as Gala. This reminds me of Gullah. Gullah people. What are the Gullah known to do? And there are Gullah people among Native Americans. What are Gullahs known for, y'all? That's what are the Gullah known for? So this began to talk about Lamashut was a demonic goddess. She had a head of a lion, teeth, donkey, all of this other stuff, and she fed on the blood of human infants. And she causes miscarriage and coats death. What did they say? Don't lie with, do some of the similar things. And then when you see in Judaism, there are differing opinions in Judaism about the existence or non-existence of demons. Shadim, which was the spirits or demons in the Tanakh, the Jewish mythology. However, they are not necessarily equivalent to demons or evil. They are foreign gods. I'm going to show you guys the example of Shadim. I'm going to show you guys the example. They're foreign gods who are protective of temples. And so the Sarim or Sair, meaning he-goat, he-goats, which was in the Bible, and when you look at Mount Seir and the Horites, and see what was dwelling and what the Horites, the Horites were described as troglodytes, y'all. This means male goat. Who do they worship? Leviticus 17:7, probably a recollection of the Assyrian demons, y'all, in the shape of he-goats, see? And Jews are not obligated to believe in the existence. You don't have to believe it, according to the song. And then in the Hebrew Bible, we see the two classes of demons, as they like to say. Now, the Shidim, however, are not pagan demon gods, but they are foreign gods themselves. They're just gods that's not known to us. They're not ours. Both appear, though. Pagan gods, and then gods that's not ours. Both entities appear in scriptural context of an animal or a child sacrifice. It's said to non-existent false gods, but okay. From Chaldea, the term Shadu traveled to the Israelites. See, from Chaldea to the Israelites. The writer of the Tanakh applied the word to dialogism to Canaanite deities. Let's go to duality. Well, we did the duality in that. I've talked about duality before with Papa Legba, with Janus, the Greek god. Y'all, I'm going to go ahead and end this video. I have so much more information, so I'm going to definitely come back. Maybe next Sabbath, maybe before, not sure, on this same topic. Because I actually have some more information to bring out, y'all. I have to bring out, like Sis said, the astrology. I have to go through talking about Inanna. You know what? I'm gonna do this more. I went into the Zoroastrianism, but I'm gonna do this because I did say that I was going to do this. The hive mind. That'll be a good ending. The hive mind. I'm going to the beehive since we did talk about Inanna some. So the hive mind is in science fiction and unified consciousness or intelligence formed by a number of alien individuals. The resulting consciousness typically exerting control over its constituent members. What does this sound like? That's just what does that sound like, y'all? They unify your mind. You are controlled by outside individuals to be on one accord. We see MK Ultra. It was illegal, but it happened for control, experiments. Says it right there. Oh, and then we're gonna make the Japanese tie, because I can't leave it on that note, because I did say that I was gonna close it out like that. LSD, didn't I just talk about the medicine and how medicine is a door and a gateway, very easily to be controlled. And they took cannabis away from us. Our bodies have cannabinoid receptors in it. Cannabinoid receptors, meaning that when you take in something, you take in cannabis, it reacts to the receptors in our body to begin to help heal anxiety, depression. This is the THC inflammation. And of course, you have the CBD for seizures and things of that nature. So because did we not? So you said a hive mind, right, sis? What god is associated with the hive? Well, this is what they say. Melissa is a goddess of bees and honey from ancient Greek, possibly from Crete, and possibly pre-Egypt. She was said to be a nymph, a minor female deity. In her story, she was shown the care of the bees and use of honey. And she used to feed Zeus, right? Now, we're going to see that they bring out her for being associated with vultures. We know that vulture means death, but let me tell you guys what peacocks mean. Peacocks, I'm not making a correlation with Oshun, but in Judaism and in African culture, they actually didn't look at the peacock as pride, but look at the peacock as a rebirthing, because the peacock actually shedded her feathers and they would regrow. And they are looked at as that. But the goddess of bees in ancient civilization. Here we go. Bela is one. She's a Norse goddess, and says she brought out the Norse representation. And it's very important to know that the Celtics definitely had influenced the Druids. They yeah. Brahmara or Deva is the Hindu goddess. What we talk about. They'll go that connection. What they say, diva is the female version of a, ain't that what they? I mean, that's what they said. I'm gonna bring up pictures of that. Y'all see that? Diva. Y'all see that? Mess up, because now how you spell it? Ayla. Oh. Yep. She's looked at as the goddess of war by let's see with the honey. A hive mind. Melonia. Malone. Uh-oh. Now let's look into Oshun and bees. This is Oshun. Queen Bee. About East Indians being heroes. Okay, I'm gonna let's make that. Okay, so Oshun, let's look into, she is the goddess among the Europe. And so Europe are the tribe of Ephraim, you guys. So we're gonna tie in the Europe, which I'm that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna tie in this Europe pantheon and the correlations between the Europe belief system and, well, which would be the Hebrew belief system, but specifically the Europe, since they are in the tribe of, are where Benin is, as you guys can see, Nigeria, Benin, Latin America, Haiti, and Cuba. And Oshun's spouse would be Shango. And I want you guys to see where they get these superheroes from. You have to know. So the love, beauty, intimacy, fresh water, river, wealth, diplomacy. What we've been talking about. That sounds like order and everything. She has sacred groves, a river. This is water, you guys. It's needed. So she is a supreme being in Ifa oral tradition. She is venerated mostly amongst, most popular among the Orisha. Everybody believe they adore the Oshun. A lot of people who keep this belief system. And she was the only female or mole or primordial spirit sent to assist Shango. Doesn't this sound like the creations? And other spirits were sent to begin the work. Two stories began to exist. One claims that the female spirits were tempted to take matters into their own hand, but all of their creative attempts stopped because they acted without a male spirit. Okay. Another version, and this one's more consistent with the beginnings, claims that the male spirits attempted to make the world without the female influence, and that this exclusion is what caused the world to fail. See, we've been having war amongst us since the... Okay. You guys, the church mothers with their fans. I know I love me a good fan. The Lady of Fertility and the Moon. This is a moon goddess. And her callers call her Mama. Did you guys not see? Let's see. We could just, we about to, Nana. Meaning, oh, well, I wasn't even looking at the Hindu meaning. Nana, Nona. Well, wife of a Balder, god of the moon. Nana is an amazing Hindu girl name. Nona means grandmother, though. I know that some people call their grandmothers Nona. My children call my mama Nana, meaning and it means grandparent, grandfather, grandparent, elder, ancestor. So Nana, mother goddess. The reason why I brought that up is the hive mind to declare scripture not being able to express free will, create otherwise. Yep. The hive mind keeps you focused. You cannot separate yourself. So when we see that, okay, so Oshan is Oshan associated with Venus? Yes. Venus, you know her as the beauty of us, the goddess of beauty, love, fertility, and pleasure. Venus is the Roman name. Aphrodite, the Greek. And in other cultures, she is known as Ishtar, Inanna, Miriam, Rihanna. Ooh. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? And Oshun. That's boom. Let's look into this. About you. Oh my goodness, yes. So let's go back. But I did the thank you. So these are I said I was going to show you guys the Edo because in this article that I pulled up, because there are some comparison analysis that have to be made between the Hebrews and the Chinese, the Japanese, as you said. And when you begin to see, where is it at? Well, first of all, Edo, here we go. The Edo people. So Benin was originally called Igbo Odum Migodo. And so they were founded by the Edo people, and the Edo people are known to be Edomites from Esau. And so amongst the Igbo who are Gadites, we do have to know that Edomites and other people were present as well. And so the Dahomey Kingdom was the west of Europe, and Europe are known to be Beni Ephraim, or the sons of Ephraim, and there are some Hamitic among them as well. The Dahomey is the tribe of Dan. The Fon people are among them as well, but the Dahomey would be the tribe of Dan, which we see when been represented in the Woman King, when the women began to fight. This was literally the Dahomey tribe. I see that movie. I don't believe it's completely historically accurate from what I've been told, but it would be good to see or to at least study up on. So you see, these people are Edo. These are Edomites. They look just like Israelites from Esau, not from Ishmael. This mask was in the museum that was shown in the movie Black Panther. The Dahomey are known for serpent worship. And we know that the serpent wasn't always looked at as evil. It was used to heal. But when it began to be worshipped, that's when the problems kicked in. So I'm bringing this out to begin to make the Japan correlation, since Japan was mentioned and China was mentioned and Hinduism was mentioned. Let's also look into the Idoma people. These are also Edomites. Still Hebrews. You see, look into who are these people? And where do they say they come from? The Anu of Japan. These are Edomites, y'all. We have to know. We have to know. But that's not just called I don't think this is the one. It's an article that I do have. I'm gonna just type this in and see if it comes up. Biblical anthropology. Abraham's Anu ancestors. This is what is hypothesized. Abram was the son of Terah. Terah is a title that indicates a priest among the Anu of Hokkadio, which I began talking to guys about Anu, the god, but is also a priesthood of On, which I'm gonna get to. And then I'm closing out. Anu sometimes appears in ancient texts as Anu. Y'all see this? And the Anu was originally an eclectic people. Terah was apparently a new priest of and a descendant of Nimrod. Okay, so then it began to talk about their temples, Hetu, and then the god of Seth, who links into Tahuti, Thoth, Hermes. And so the Anu were Aboriginal peoples of the Upper Nile. They were the first ruler of the Lower Nile. One of their sanctuaries was called the Anu, and the original name of Hippopolis, biblical On. See, I told you guys, On. That was the priesthood in the Bible to tie into that. But the Anu were seafarers and had a written language system, which they introduced to the lands where they traveled and settled. The Anu scribe priest had a symbol. I can't talk right now. I know this word. Doggy, why can't I read? System, writing system. It's a syllable, a syllabic. Writing systems like Hebrew. The first peoples of Japan were Anu. The earlier name of Japan was Wa. Africa, Wa connections. There are many connections between Japanese and African words. For example, the name Ashi. And remember I told you Ishi means husband, appears to be the variant of Esau. What I just say? And Esau. Kishi appears to be the variant form of Kish and Kush. The word Abuto is the title for a regional chief of Japan. Okay, this is related to Edo and Edomite. What I just tell y'all? The first rulers of Petra, Greece, was the king. The original name of Tokyo was Edo. According to Saihon Shoki, a scribe called Wani Kishi brought kata to Japan. The Kojiki indicates that Wani Kishi appeared sometime after 372, but before 375 AD. And so look, you guys, look. This is Hebrew on the first word, and this is Japanese. Hebrew with the vowel markers, Japanese. Identical. The Anu reportedly had red skin. Edo, Edomite, red Nubian. Well, they say Nubian, but I told y'all the Nubians are not the same. The Bible denotes that the Edomites of Genesis 36 and David had red skin. Facts. You could still be an Israelite and be ruddy. Esau was born with hair and red. The Nubians' ancestry of these people has been largely overlooked because of the misconception that all Nubians were black. Okay, so you guys see that. Let's see about how did they you guys see how they have this in Japanese culture? Nobody ever said anything about it. Excuse me. Nobody ever said anything about this. Koji. And let's take it a step farther since we're here, since I have you guys. I've done this before. Hebrew versus Hebrew. So you could prove some things. I hope the Hebrew side. This is Hebrew. This is Hebrew, father, Abba, Abba. I'm going to read Hebrew, then Hebrew. Abba, Abba. First daughter, Ada, Ada. Lion, Agur, Agu. Market, Aye, Aya. Grace, Armira, Armara, Mad, Ara, Ara, I, Aya, Anaya, Broom, Aziza, Aziza, God knows, Shima, Shima, Mercy, Ebar, Ebar. You guys get it? This is Igbo versus Hebrew. Who do the Igbo say they are? So when it begins to talk about who the Igbos are. Oh, well, sis, you probably an Igbo, so let me talk to you. Let me talk to you because you're a Haitian. I want to talk to you, and I'm so happy you're here, and you've been here the whole time. And this is a long video. So Igbos, I should play their video, but the guy that I quoted earlier, Olada Iquiano, he's an Igbo, and he's one of the former slaves who was writing and who told them who we are. And a lot of his narratives followed after Yoruba priests. Like they knew exactly who we were, but I'm about to get into even more because you just saw how the Igbo languages went into Hebrew. And so, actually, let me do this. Igbo, not language. Igbo versus Igbo say they are, nope. That's what I'm gonna do. Here we go. This is how I knew you was Haitian. Because of how the French you were using and your knowledge of certain stuff. So Haitian Creole is commonly referred to. We know that, as we stated, it's a French language. And this was because of the contact between the French settlers, which are Sephardic Jews, you guys, from France, and Moors. And that's how these languages got over here. We're often told, oh, the white man gave you this language. The white man gave you your last name. Well, if you knew who you were before you got to the West Indies and to the Americas, and if you knew that some of us were already here, then you would know that these were literally the names of your ancestors. And if you look up these names, this is where the Jews, where the Israelites and where the Moors were before they came over here. So when they began to say the European settlers or the Dutch settlers or whatever, majority of these people were black. There were some white people amongst them and some other groups of indentured servants and criminals and stuff. And then you also had, like I said, some white people. But you also have to remember that all white people ain't thoroughly white either, that their bloodline has been whited out. It's so much stuff. It's so much stuff. And so when you begin to look, they began to come in contact with enslaved Africans. So these enslaved Africans, guys, would be some of the Southern Kingdom. They got sent over here, but some of the Northern Kingdom also they got sent over here in the transatlantic slave trade. And this would be the Northern Kingdom that came over. So you have to remember that indentured servitude was being practiced amongst Hebrew people according to Exodus, Leviticus, and Deuteronomy. And then the Gentiles came in and caused things to go entirely too far. And so the Haitian Creole language is also spoken amongst regions that have migrated from Haiti including other Caribbean islands, including the French Guiana, France, Canada. Remember when I began to talk about the Cajuns in Nova Scotia? And it is related to Antillean Creole. Let's continue. So the word Creole comes from Portuguese. See, I told you guys. I couldn't remember if Crooly or Creole meant free or it meant enslaved, but I told y'all I don't just be seeing stuff. I be reading a lot. So it meant a person raised in a house. This means that over in Portuguese, because you have to remember that these different languages, like some people speak Spanish, some people speak Portuguese, some people speak Latin. These are all Sephardic languages, but not exactly the same, but closely related. This was a house slave. And from Latin, creare means to create, make, bring forth, produce, beget. What? So it's even telling you your etymology. In the New World, and we know America's not really the New World, the terminology begins to refer to Europeans born and raised in overseas colonies. Come on now, these weren't Europeans. These were Black people. I'm going to tell y'all, right? I'm not going to show y'all my son. But my son and my mom and his other grandma, they not what you call light skin, they're what you call red bone. The shade's lighter than a light skinned person. And my great grandmother, her name was Jeanette. She was born in the bayous of Mississippi. And my mom's family, even though both sides of my family's from Mississippi, my mom's side of the family, their accent is just totally different. So when my son was born, now before my son was born, my great grandmother, I'm named after her, Jeanette, and I told you guys Jeanette, that's a Hebrew name. Let me see, I can't remember what Jeanette means. Jeanette is a Hebrew name, but I do know that the meaning of Anet would lead us back to the Semitic war deity. You know, the one that you see with the fist up. So Jeanette means God is gracious. It's actually French in origin. See what I told y'all? The feminine version of jeans, meaning Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh is gracious. So this is proving that my great grandmother, see, this is what I'll be telling you guys. You have to take these names. You have to take these names. And okay, it's two versions of red bone. So my mama, that's what I'm getting to. It's two versions of red bones. I'm talking about the first version of red bone, then talk about my version of red bone. Thank you for recognizing that I am ruddy. So I'm gonna get into those two different versions. So my great grandmother's name was Jeanette, right? Meaning God is gracious, and is French in origin. So you have to remember that these French Jews, and then Annette. So my great grandmother would always say that her daddy was so light that he could pass for white. And you know, a lot of our people don't know a lot. So I had to begin to tell my family, her father wasn't white. He was Creole. And so looking into it, he was a French Jew who was in the Mississippi bayous. And so when you look at those people, those are, my daddy always called my mama his red bone before she passed away. Those are the ones who would be called red bones. Then you have somebody like me who would be ruddy. And the ruddiness would come from my father's grandfather, whose last name was Reed. See, y'all, I'm going to teach you how to find out who you are. His last name was Reed, and that literally means red. And let's see, Reed was, I'm pulling it up because I'll be looking at this. Reed is derived from Old English, meaning reed or red. It is the color red, meaning someone born with a ruddy complexion or red hair. So when I was younger, my complexion was a lot richer than it is right now. And because my daddy's a chocolate man. As I said, my mom's a red bone. So I'm two-toned. But when I was younger, my complexion was closer to my daughter's, and I would get very ruddy, especially in the summertime. And my hair would get very ruddy. And my big sister would often tell me, you were Indian. You were Indian. You got Indian in your blood. And now knowing, and I'm going to get into the whole East Indian factor and how Native Americans started being called Indians. Now knowing that the last name Reed, my great-grandfather's name, would be English, it's a possibility. And so I'm going to do this. It's a possibility that my great-grandfather was an Arab. from Ishmael or from Edom, meaning red. And that would make a lot of sense because the Moors, they came over as well. But it can also mean that my great-grandfather, because he was from Mississippi, that he could have been a Choctaw or Chickasaw Native American, because Choctaw also means red. Oh, red means thick as well? Well, didn't know that. And so when you look into the etymology of your last names, you can find out who you are. It's not that hard. So when you see the two different type of Creoles, you have your Haitian Creoles, who still look more quote unquote West African. We have to remember that we come in all different shapes, sizes, and everything. Then you have your lighter Creoles. And this is why there has always been a discrepancy between Black people. Oh, because Creole means a person raised in the house. So who do Haitians say that they are? Haitian, Creoles, and French have similar pronunciations. Okay. Oh, sis, you said that it means insolent, rude, and usually refers to people. You said that it was bad. So it's a quote from the Haitians. And I always overlook it in this article. But the Haitians have a saying in Creole that said, we are Creoles. We are Creoles. So the Haitians know that they are Creole, and we know that it's a language system. So when we look into the worship of these people, a lot of this should make a lot of sense. So Haitians are Igbos. I really want to read that quote because Haitians know that they're Igbos. Not all of them, clearly, but a lot of them know. And so when I find it, I think I might have found it. When I find it for sure, then I would definitely link it down below. Oh, and see, it's an article right here. They begin to talk about, it's believed that 60% of that at least one African, an African American has at least one Igbo ancestor. Let's see, so I won't misquote it. I think it says 60% of African Americans, I'm not going to retype that, have at least one Igbo ancestor. Now, some people begin to come against this because some people don't think that any of us came from Africa and that all of us are native to America, and that's something totally different. So we see that the Japanese come out of, I'll link this down below. I want to get into this so we can make some more Japanese correlations. I've done this before, but just to show you guys some correlations between the names and why I say Chuku Ombiamba. So you guys see Chi. We always see that in Asian culture. That's what they told you. They told you that it was Asian in origin. That means. But the Odani, the Igbo people believe that each person has their own chi that was given to them before or at the time of their birth. And chi, according to what people call it now, what do they call it? A guardian angel or daemon in Greek religion. Y'all see all of this. But this would be better. This is the god of the Igbos. meaning in Igbo words, chi means spiritual being, and uku means great inside. Great in size, excuse me. So when you look into the Igbos never said God. See? Many Igbo Christians refer to the Christian God as Chukwu. Chukwu is similar to the Most High and the Almighty instead of a name like God, which is a Germanic origin, usually referring to an idol in the pre-Christian era. Before Christianity, they never said God because God leads back to Gad, which is the Lord of Fortune, who Yeshua Bar Yosef turned down when the adversary took him up and he offered him the entire world. I guess I'm here a little longer than I expected. And so Chukwuwa was the first force in existence of all beings. And then Anuwa'u was the symbolic of the sun. It's always the sun, representation, the sun. The knowledge and the author of knowledge. Allah was the fertility. This is the earth. So she. Amadioa was the bringer of justice. This was the law, the creator of humankind, love, peace. Then you have Chi, a sub-deity, functioning as a personal guide. Okiki, the creator of the laws that govern. So, can we see how these things correlate to Hebraic culture? Because this is their culture. And how Chi is African in origin. And that Chi would be seen in Japan because of the African connection. See, it has Chinese medicine. We're going to talk about who. I know I saw this before. It's the 22nd letter of the Greek alphabet. I knew it was some type of correlation. CH as in Christ, or KH. Hindu is a translation of Chi. Okay. So the Chinese come out the Sinites, and I don't really have energy to do that part because so the Sinites, all of it, but I will drop down some of it. Sinites in Chinese. The Sinites came out of Ham. China in ancient times was called the land of the Sinites. This name is still used, and the Bible even calls this distant the land of. See, they are a descendant of people from Canaan. See, it's not hard, y'all. It's not hard. It's not hard at all. Line of that bull, sun disk, Canaanites. This is why some of the Native American, from what I found, some of the Mayans, the Incas, those are Canaanites. With their human sacrifices and their ziggurats. And some, let's see, Ecuadorian priests. Since we were talking about the daemons, and we were talking about how the daemons were originally just outside deities that we didn't worship. And I showed you guys how they look, like the falcon head, the, one up, one down. It's important to know, since I just mentioned more Native American tribes, that although I went deep into talking about ancient Mesopotamia, we would be remiss if we did not mention, because I talked about Atlantis, and I can't talk about Atlantis without touching in on what was going on over here. So I'm going to hit this video for a little bit, and I'll be back. This is some artifacts found by an Ecuadorian priest. And when you begin to look at this, yep, that's where happiness came from the word daemon. The term God also traces back to the Mesopotamian term good, correlating in connotation. Ox. Ooh, Sankofa John. Wait, Sankofa, are you from the tribe of Ashanti? Are you from Akan? Are you an Israelite? Like, where'd you get that name from? It's a lot of Ndinkra symbols in Chicago. I did not know that it went back to ox. Look at y'all. And we know that the ox, the bull deity. Now, in Chicago, years ago when I was a little girl, I did not understand it, y'all. They was building and just popping up these brass bulls everywhere. And that's literally worship of Baal and Ashtoreth. Let's play this video, y'all, because remember I showed you guys the pictures of how they describe the daemons. So let's see what this Ecuadorian priest found. Remember, this was found over in America. And you know how they've been trying to make us feel like America's the new world? But that's not what the Native Americans began to teach. Clearly, I've been using movies and stuff to explain stuff. So y'all remember, I don't know if any of you guys watched, but the series Twilight. Any series that you watch when it has to deal with Native Americans, vampires, and witches, it always have the Native Americans being represented by wolves, vampires being represented by mostly white people, and the witches being mostly represented by the root-working Black people. So when you look into what's going on between the Native Americans, oh, you're a poet. Drop some bars. I'm a spoken word artist too. I would love to hear some of your work. I would love to hear some of your work. And that's a nice one to go with, bringing your people back together. So when you begin to look at the oral tradition of the Native Americans dealing with these white people, they dealt with them and they knew who they were. America's not new. When we look into the worlds of the ancients, America's not new. It's not new. And Peru, it's period of older than what was going on over beyond video.
Even as the search for the caves goes on, other trails are being followed. High up in the Andes Mountains, in the town of Cuenca, Stanley Hall is searching out an old Catholic priest called Padre Crespi. Over 40 years, the old priest has gathered together a backyard museum in his orphanage church.
Escocia.
Moritz has told Stanley Hall there are certain special pieces to look out for, like in all the best treasure trails. A golden plaque, part of the message from the gods, with strange symbols on it, and a model of a dome carved in stone.
Well, this is quite remarkable because it looks.
Pure gold, the old man shouts. Pure gold.
Any archaeologist who
Ese es el faraón.
studied the Sumerian,
Permíteme.
Babylonian,
El
Assyrian
faraón, no, ese es el faraón, no. El rey
Now, no conventional archaeologist would come to a backyard in South America looking for objects from the Babylonia of 5,000 years ago.
Syrian style. You can tell by the beard. Quiero la placa metálica.
Esta es la placa.
Otra placa.
No.
This shape.
¿Qué placa?
La placa with the hole in the center. La placa with the here.
For Stanley Hall, this is the big moment. Here, and in the caves of Los Tayos, his faith in Juan Moritz will be put to the test.
No. Ya cuando Cristóbal Colón había descubierto América, ya no.
Some of them are quite remarkable objects. Figurín.
Esta está hecha ahora, esta. Los juegos de los padres con 200.
¿Dónde figurín?
This is the dome Von Daniken claims came from the caves. He says it proves ancient people knew all about modern engineering.
No niegan ustedes, yo estuve.
But old Padre Crespi isn't too interested in other people's theories.
Appeared in the Gold of the Gods book by Eric von Daniken. Well, this is a plaque that appears in von Daniken's book. You can get some idea of the scale of it.
No.
This particular character here, I've noticed, appears on the cheek of Chief Mayambi, who is a military head.
El Guerrero del Fuego. La Suero, otra película. Yo hice una gran película de los Subaru.
Sí, padre.
Pero 400 y más copias. Todos lo han querido, eso, ¿no? De Washington, ¿no? La reina de Uber estaba fuera. Pero la reina. Todo libro de historia.
Contains some history of a previous civilization.
Ya.
Okay, so I'm gonna link that video down below. As you guys can see, the Ecuadorian priest had a lot of information, and the Vatican actually came and made him stop showing what it is that he found. So I'm gonna make this correlation. Tree of Life. Okay. Just to tie this in, I do not promote yoga at all. At all. As I remember, Abraham came from Mesopotamian complex. The idea by terminology, Aleph, Lamed, good, and concept can be considered interchangeable. Just my observation. Well, yes, because when you look into the fact that El was represented by a bull deity, people don't want to hear that. El was represented by a bull, and a lot began to happen in Taurus. Like, it's a lot of esoteric backgrounds and astronomy and astrology that's littered throughout our belief systems. We have to remember, like, if you see Chaldean in the Bible, these were talking about high priest, magi. I mean, we really need to ask ourselves the influence of Zoroastrianism as to why those three magi appeared in the New Testament. That's Chaldean. We have to look into the Druids, and it's a lot of things. So I do not believe in yoga, regardless of me being able to prove that a lot of things are Hebraic in origin. I do not believe in positioning your body into certain positions. I am a firm believer that the way you dance invokes deities. This is taught throughout many cultures. We see this in many ceremonies. So when I make these correlations, we also have to realize that in the Hebrews oral tradition, although some come from the Hebrews, that converts had their hands in things. And also that some knowledge, whatever is existing on the bad side, was always originated on good first. We have our own biblical form of meditation. When you muse over music, when you mumble your complaints to the Most High, when you meditate on His word, when you practice His laws, statutes, and commandments day and night, when you set the atmosphere of your home, when you're driving in your car listening to music, when you think on His goodness and on His mercy, when you pray, this is meditation. Now, there are keys and formulas to praying and certain things that you have to begin to do. Our patriarchs did things to place themselves in prophetic ecstasy. See, they knew Hebrew, and a lot of these scriptures were songs. So they were singing these songs in our language, and they did things before they even began to petition the Most High. And you have to look at the formula of which they did. Sometimes they would set up a pillar, pour out a libation, slaughter an animal, go to sleep, get a word in the dream realm, then get up with instruction on what to do. There were times when they had to fast for a certain amount of days and do washings and things like that, then pray and ask and say, oh, I did this, that, and other. Now can I? See, we just believe in, oh, if I pray, it's a formula to everything. Now, with that being said, I'm going to show you the tree of life in Judaism. The tree of life is a diagram used in Kabbalah and various mystical traditions. Now, Kabbalah is an esoteric method, discipline, and school of thought in Jewish mysticism. You guys remember earlier when I did the 360 Gematria? That's part of Kabbalah. This is what they use in order to will themselves as the fates to control. It usually consists of 10 or 11 nodes, specifically different archetype types, in 22 lines. Okay, so the nodes are usually representatives as spheres, and the lines are representatives as paths. The nodes usually represents encompassing aspects of existence, God, or the human psyche. The lines usually represent the relationship between the concepts ascribed to the spheres or symbolic descriptions to the requirements to go from the sphere to another. The nodes are associated with deities, angels, celestial bodies, values. So they're about to break this tree of life down. And this tree of life, I'm going to show you how it lines up to your bodies. Now, it is a West African concept. It is an Israelite concept that if there is something wrong in a certain part of your body, this is what they teach in a lot of parts, that there is a spirit making that happen. Now we know that foods and things, but there's an outside entity that's operating on the outside of you that can control that specific part of you. Case in point, we talking about the marine kingdom, right? So you know your grandma, your grandma's grandmas, and your mamas and your aunties, and they be like, I dreamt about fish who pregnant. Well, we're clearly talking about the marine kingdom. And I've proven that all of these marine deities are fertility deities. So when you see that symbol for the fish and they linking it to Christianity, and when you look into the worship of the rabbit, RBT, leading back to the worship of Ishtar, the grove, and how the rabbit is on an egg and the egg is the woman, fertility, and that how Ashtoreth is worshipped in the grove, Bohemian. She's worshipped as a pole, strippers, the arts of seduction. So a lot of Black women, aside from us not keeping the laws, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, dealing with our eating, because what do we eat? Bottom feeders from the marine kingdom with the crab legs and your oysters, living your bougie girl life with the messed up pH balance, causing yourself generational curses by breaking the law, eating your shrimp, which are bottom feeders. We're also consuming the unclean spirits that inhabit these things, and it's not a stretch, because in the New Testament, fast food, of course, yes, because in the New Testament, when these legions, because the daemons, if that's what they wanted to call it, had names, and because it was many, it was named legion. A legion in the Roman army means at least 1,000. The legion asked to go in the pig. So as your biblical Sukkot just passed, and you made it pagan by worshiping your grain deity, Nisaba, from Mesopotamia, and your grain mother goddess, Native American, along with the biblical feast, venerating Yahweh, and you ate your pig, your pork, which these unclean spirits asked to be inhabited in. And then what did they do? They jumped into the marine kingdom. Did you also know, and when I link down below the video with Hannibal Collector, his father had him go into the temple, as I was stating earlier, And his high priestess slit the throat of a black boar, and he took the blood and put it on his head. We see the same thing happen over in Haiti. The Israelites in the book of Exodus, in order to quote unquote spell their doors, bless their doors, cover their doors, they slaughtered a lamb. That's a clean animal. When you slaughter an animal, that spirit goes to a specific deity. That's how they're supposed to exorcise the demon out of humans. They push it into the pigs. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for sharing that. When they push it into, what our people did though, it wasn't pushed into pigs because a pig is unclean, and that's how it becomes an unclean ritual. What we did, and we put it into a zazel, into a goat, into a lamb, because the goat and the lamb went to El, to the oxen, which was represented in Paleo Hebrew. That pig goes to another god. We see that when the Israelites were in Grecian captivity and they had a Hammurabi dynasty living autonomously amongst the Greeks. And so they were still keeping the law, statutes, and commandments. Then you had some Israelites who became Hellenistic in their practices. So they started to venerate the sun deity and all of these other things. During the feast days, Antiochus Epiphanes came in to our temple, and I believe this happened. These two things happened before. One Greco-Roman leader erected a temple of Zeus in our temple, but another one brought a pig into our temple, and that's because the pig is an abomination. So when we begin to have atonement, the Bible never said scapegoat, it said azazel. What began to happen is that the sins of the Israelites went on to that scapegoat, and that scapegoat went out into the wilderness. We're not supposed to use unclean animals in our ceremony. And that's where we fall down at, because swine is unclean. So the practice is Hebrew, and the custom is Hebrew. But the mixing and the mingling among the other nations is what causes us to bring in these unclean animals. So when we look at the tree of life, I'm going to just pull up the pictures. I don't want to go into like all of the breaking down and the angels that's mixed in with here. I'm going to bring up the picture for the tree of life. This is the Jewish tree of life, the Hebrew tree of life, from the oral tradition. You guys see it. Tree of life Hindu. What did you say monkeys represented? Let me scroll back up. I'm looking for it. I know you said something about monkeys. Did you say ankh meat monkey? Or in China, you said something about monkeys. I know you said something about monkeys. Can't find it right now, but there you go. There you go, right there. Oh, Inky means monkey in Asian culture. Thank you. Yes, found it. So this would make sense as to why the monkey is at the tree of life if Inky represents Ankh, meaning life. So when they call you anyway, let's continue. The Europe have a tree of life as well. Kemet has a tree of life. Y'all see Nana? I'm not gonna go into all of these, but I want to show y'all Maya really quick. To bring this back to West Africa. Loop it back around to the beginning with the water deities. This is your illuminate. I'll play one last video for you guys to share with you the technology. And what they are doing, getting back to Babel, getting back to Atlantis.
Covering something, an enthusiasm in the scientific Large Hadron Collider recently discovered something completely new. The discovered object is so elusive that certain scientists have referred to it as a ghost. What has the collider uncovered recently? Why was it kept concealed for so long? In this video about the wonders of the cosmos, scientists just claimed that the Large Hadron Collider has discovered something for the first time ever. Many people go about their daily lives without knowing about the Large Hadron Collider. But the discoveries made by the massive apparatus have an impact on everyone in the world. Take, for example, the most recent particle that scientists discovered for the first time with the assistance of the LHC. The Large Hadron Collider, LHC, is the largest and most powerful particle accelerator ever built, encompassing an underground circular tunnel 17 miles in circumference and costing several $billion. It is located in Switzerland at the European Particle Physics Laboratory, CERN. But what is a particle accelerator and why is it considered necessary? It is a device that accelerates subatomic particles to huge energy in a controlled setting, allowing scientists to investigate the subsequent interaction. Essentially, the LHC allows scientists to test theoretical predictions and determine if they have any flaws. The LHC can be used to recreate situations such as the circumstances that occurred within a billionth of a second of the Big Bang, including ones that have never existed naturally since a few microseconds after the Big Bang. This facility is so important to modern scientific study that if there is a story involving subatomic particles, the LHC will almost certainly be included. So when headlines announced that scientists had discovered ghost particles for the first time inside an atom smasher, it was clear what equipment they were using, because neutrinos are notoriously difficult to detect. The finding grabbed headlines. The neutrino particle in question offers up an entirely new perspective for scientists doing subatomic, bringing them one step closer to understanding the functions neutrinos play in the cosmos. While neutrinos are difficult to detect or capture, they are abundant in the universe. For example, as you watch this video, approximately 100 billion neutrinos will pass through each square centimetre of your body, but you will not feel their entry or exit. These tiny particles originate in nuclear fires produced by stars, supernova explosions, cosmic ray radioactive decay, and other sources. Neutrinos can go unnoticed because they have no electrical charges and almost no mass. Because they are 6 million times lighter than an electron, they typically never interact with matter and travel at almost the speed of light. It is because neutrinos are elusive that many compare them to ghosts. Of course, if you can capture neutrinos, but you must try very hard. Several previous experiments, including Japan's Super Kamiokande detector, Fermilab's Mini Boon, and the Antarctic Ice Detector, have detected neutrinos. They all employed a technique known as Cherenkov radiation, which is an indirect method for detecting neutrinos. This is the basic behind employing the Cherenkov method for detecting neutrinos. A sonic boom is produced when a jet flies faster than the speed of sound. Similarly, when a particle travels at the speed of light through a light-slowing medium such as water, it leaves behind a faint blue glow. Scientists detect the light produced when a neutrino directly collides with an atomic nucleus. However, this approach only of root into the sort of high-energy neutron generated when particle accelerators like the LHC. The LHC cannot detect neutrinos on its own. This is due in part to the fact that the collider uses magnets to drive particles around a circular collision path with detectors. These magnetic signals do not intrude over the edge of the detector path. To examine this, scientists from the Phaser Cooperation developed the Phaser NU, a revolutionary neutrino detecting technique. Byproducts, imprinting the shapes of the particles. When the researchers discovered that markings were caused by neutrinos. In fact, they were able to distinguish which of the three neutrino particles.
Long story less long, y'all. They over in CERN. And they built up a particle accelerator. It looked identical to what was used in Atlantis. See, it talks about Lord Shiva, cosmic dance. It talks about, you see, the dance. Actually, let me see. So we can make it fun. I don't know if I'm able to find this. Hopefully I can find it. Okay, guys. I hope this is the right thing. And I know the first episode.
I'm Linda Park, and we're live outside, which is only going to get worse downforce and no accelerator, which is a place. Star out Harrison Wells. Wait, we're now being told I'm trying to shut it. So far, I've been unable to regain control of the system.
Hit my life.
You can't be late.
About 200.
What are you doing?
He likes this song.
How could you possibly know that?
And check this Facebook page. I mean, he can hear everything, right?
Auditory functions are the last sensory faculties to degenerate.
Can't read my, no, he can't read my phone. Oh my God! Where am I?
He's up.
Dr. Wells, get down in the cortex right now.
Over 110. Pulse 120. Pupils equally react to light. Look at me.
Hey,
Look at me.
whoa, relax. Everything's okay, man. You're at Star Labs. Who are you? I'm Cisco Ramon. She's Caitlin. Dr. Snow.
I need you to urinate in this.
Not this second. Wait, what is happening? What is going on? You were struck by lightning, dude. Lightning gave me abs.
Your muscles should be atrophied, but instead can cellular regen.
Come here. See. You're in a coma.
9 months. Welcome back, Mr. Allen. We have a lot to discuss.
So you guys see the particle accelerator went off and he got powers. Doors and gateways. And we should know that they get all of their gods from Africa. So I hope on today you guys learned something. I hope and pray you learned something about Atlantis. I hope you learned something about CERN and Play-Doh, and I just hope you learned something. I really hope y'all learned something. For those of you who watch this on the playback, I know it may take you a few days. I typically like watching long videos because I feel like when you break them up, you can go back, you can take notes, you can stop, you can rewind. As long as they have good scholarship, and I hope and pray that everything came together. I truly appreciate the support in the chat. Share this, like this. If you have not already done so, subscribe and do not hesitate to donate to the platform. If you have any topics, any book recommendations, any PDFs. I won't say really any questions because I don't claim to be like I'm not Zion Lex. I'm not Divine Prospect. You know, I am a little smart though, and I know what I know. Oh yeah, you learned about the origin of the Hebrews. Yes, I tried to make sure that I talked about a few West African tribes, and I always try to make sure when I do go live and I'm teaching that I make different correlations to culture so that we can prove with history and with artifacts, with linguistics, with customs, who the Hebrews are. So you guys be staying tuned. I really appreciate it. This is Jacolia of Jacolia Gems signing out. Thank you for once again coming back to my channel.